This society will always be as a drunken of the wine. Controlling all the senses for understanding great divine. I will send fire to this land.
Peace and blessings. This is your brother Gabar, and this is IAMFITPodcast, the Man Going God's Way edition. Peace and blessings, and may the Most High God bless every single one of you guys. Let me bring in my co-host, Brother Ricky. Shalom, Brother Ricky. How's everything so far? Let me unmute your scenario here. Let's see here. No, I believe it'll be here. Okay, shalom, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, brother. How we doing? How's your weekend so far? How was your week? How you maintaining?
It was a pretty good week. Can't complain. All praise to the Most High that made it through the week without any issues, and looking forward to being refreshed today and being edified.
Amen. Amen to that. Amen to that. So today we're going to be having a conversation about the Passover and specifically also the calendar. Throughout the years and throughout the time I've been involved in the Israelite community, I think now more than ever, and I would like to acknowledge and give this acknowledgement to the Gathering of Christ Church in regards of putting this issue on the table, right? I knew about the Enoch calendar. I didn't compute the calendar. I mean, I knew about the Enoch book for many years, and I would say late mid 90s. I was introduced to it by a brother when I was in One West. I think my friend PJ, Tazawaya Sha'ala, I think he was the one that began to first tell me about it. And then, we looked into it a little bit. And I remember back in the days, when in Manhattan, you had these enormous libraries. And that's when Barnes & Noble began to be a thing in New York. And you had these big bookstores. And then, I would spend all day just reading, because I was too poor sometimes to buy half of the books. So I just stood there, got me a coffee, and just read as much as I can. And I might buy me one or two whenever I could afford, but that was the first time I came across the book of Enoch. And so I knew about it. And at that time, I was more interested in the fallen angels, because even One West, when I was with them, they believed that the sons of God were the sons of Seth. They did not believe that these were the sons of angel. And I remember this is something that came up after we brought it up, after the conversation came up. And I remember having a conversation, I think, with my camp leader, because we were in charge of the Washington Heights bilingual street preaching camp. And my camp leader, we were having this conversation, and then it kind of went away. For the most part, most Israelite church kept the lunar cycle, looked towards the moon, and understood that the moon goes through a cycle, and then every single time there's a new cycle, there will be a new month, right? Until GOCC popped up, and then they kind of introduced the calendar. And the first time that I really realized that, oh snap, there's a different calendar, it was when I got a phone call by Elder Bakar and Elder Lawyer when I was at GOCC, I believe in 2013. That was the first year that I think Lawyer kind of like, hey, I think there's a different calendar we have to look into. And specifically was the book of Jubilee, that was the one that gave us the understanding, specifically in chapter 6, when it says that we got to keep we got to keep the calendar as it was passed down, and we will go astray and we begin to follow the moon. So when I first discovered this when this calendar first came to my and I had Brother Kazak. I think he's on. Let me bring it. Brother Kazak, shalom, brother. How we doing? You can maybe unmute.
Great.
Okay.
Great. I'm doing good. Shalom, shalom.
Okay. Shalom, shalom, shalom. So thank you for joining us. I know we were talking before the show in regards of the calendar, and I think you have a way you keep the calendar, and I want to hear your perspective, and not only your perspective, I want to hear others' perspective in regards of the calendar, because there is always been some level of, I would say, disagreement or some form of different interpretation of the calendar. So I want to hear your conversation in regards of this. I want to kind of go into a history in regards of this problem, that this is not a new problem. GOCC did not crack a new case. They kind of, I think, introduced into our community. And Brother Kazak, I want to also hear your perspective in regards of when you first, what is your transition? Because I know you also came from One West, and I want to hear also your journey in regards of the calendar and where you began to change your mind in regards of it. But for me, it really came from GOCC. In the beginning, when I came across the Enoch calendar, I fell in love with it. And I'm still in love with it. But when I realized that there was a problem also with the Enoch calendar, right? There were problems with the lunar calendar, because of the lunar calendar, the feast day can land on any day. And one of the issues that I didn't like about the the lunar calendar is that the Day of Atonement could land on a weekly Sabbath. And according to the law of the weekend Sabbath, we have to have a feast that on that particular day. And in the Day of Atonement, we have to mourn. So I didn't like that the calendar sometimes created a scenario that, according to different rabbinical writings, said if that happens, we will switch the feast days to another day, right? And I just felt that itself kind of exposed the lunar calendar of not being perfect, because I think God would have an answer for that, right? If we're supposed to keep the weekly Sabbath, and it's supposed to be a weekly feast, you're supposed to come together, have a meal with your family. It's a Seder meal. It's a day that you don't work. You just read the scriptures. You go to the synagogue or the church, and you hear the word. You get fed, right? But you're not supposed to mourn. Even in the book of Jubilee, it goes into that you're not supposed to mourn. And also in the Apocrypha, right? When I think I believe Judas, who was one of the Israelite women that were mourning for her husband, but it stated that they did not mourn on the eve of the Sabbath, and on the Sabbath, on the eve of the feast days, and on the feast day, they did not mourn or fasted, because it was against the law. So that always bothered me about the lunar calendar. So that's why I questioned it. The fact that every 3 years you have to add a third month, a 13 Nisan or 13. What was the last month of the year in the Hebraic calendar? I forget the name of it, but it was like they added an extra month because it did not. It began too short. It was too short, right? It was something that does the book of Jasher chapter 10 explain why the Enoch calendar and the earth rotate it off by 1 day. I never read that. Let's go into that, because I think I missed that. Why we lost a day, a year, or this is interesting. Okay, let's go into that. The book of
Joshua.
Now, Joshua, this
Chapter
is
10.
talking about when the Lord. Let's go. This is in the Bible, in the book of Joshua.
That's what he said.
Okay, I think we have someone else coming in. Shalom, brother. You on the air? You live, brother Calvin Scott?
Hey, can you
Shalom,
hear
brother.
me?
I could hear you loud and clear. I think you're driving, correct?
No, I'm not driving. Somebody called in right when I was entering in.
Okay. Is it son? Because I hear. Are you outside? Maybe, perhaps.
Yeah, I was outside. I
Okay,
just
maybe
walked.
that. Okay, because we hear like
Yeah,
like
somebody started mowing their yard.
I got
Of
you. Okay,
course,
that makes. Okay, so, well, brother, what you got to add to this conversation?
they told me to call in and listen. Y'all, we're talking about the calendar,
Yes. Okay, I think brother Kazak, I think he sent you the link, right? Because you have an opinion. I think you was having a conversation with him about the calendar as well.
right?
Okay, outstanding. Okay, so let me do this. Let's. I want to go to um. Okay. Yeah, okay, brother Ricky, he's going to be coming back in a few minutes. Okay, so I want to go to the history of the calendar in particular, right? Um, and I think there was a brother that he mentioned something about the book of Joshua, and I think I think he's referring to when the Most High held back the
The sun.
sun. Is that what he's referring to? Let me go to the book of Joshua. Let me see real quick. Chapter 10. And brother, can you please give me the chapter and verse specifically? Does the book of Joshua chapter 10 explain why the book of Enoch? And I think let's see here. Brother Rick, if you don't mind, let's read the book of Joshua and let's put it in the screen for everybody to see. 5 kings attack Joseph, and I think this is a story, I believe, that when the sun was held back, and
Yeah.
the sun and the moon stood still. Okay, so let's start at verse 10.
Joshua chapter 10, verse 10. And the Most High discomfited them before Israel, and slew them with a great slaughter at Gibeon, and chased them along the way that goeth up to Betharon, Salakia, and smote them to Eskiah, and unto Mekada. And it came to pass, as they fled from before Israel, and were in the going down to Betharon, that the Most High cast down great stones from heaven upon them unto Azekah, and they died. They were more which died with hailstones than they whom the children of Israel slew with the sword. Then spake Joshua to the Most High in the day when the Most High delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down about a whole day.
Okay, so Yeah, okay, now I understand. Okay, because I just noticed that this actually was a question that you asked. Was this is an explanation? And I have heard this particular story in other instances that people say this is the explanation why there's 365 days of the cycle of the sun versus 364, because this um kind of delayed the day or something like that. Now, this could be true, and this could be the answer that we've been looking for. However, until there is a scripture of an angel visiting a prophet and telling them this is the reason why there's 365 versus 364 in the cycle of the sun, then we would know for sure that this is the actual reason why this is not equating. So it is a hint, a clue, maybe a clue, but we don't know. I haven't read anything specifically that says this is the reasons why in the book of, the story of Joshua, right? And I didn't. I thought you was making a statement that I know you was asking a question, right? So I want to go into also the history of this problem specifically, right? Because this is not something that is unique to this generation. We have had these conversations prior. So I want to go into the book of Eusebius, right? In the book of Eusebius, he records the problem that happened in Asia, right? And we're going to start at chapter 24, and we're going to jump down. So, Brother Rick, if you could read that, if you don't mind.
Chapter 24, the disagreement in Asia. But the bishops of Asia, led by Polycrates, decided to hold to the old custom handed down to them. He himself, in a letter which he addressed to Victor and the Church of Rome, set forth in the following words the tradition which had come down to him. We observe the exact day, neither adding nor taking away. For in Asia also great lights have fallen asleep, which shall rise again on the day of the Lord's coming, when he shall come with glory from heaven and shall seek out all the saints. Among these are Philip, one of the 12 apostles, who fell asleep in Hierapolis, and his two aged virgin daughters, and another daughter who lived in the Holy Spirit and now rests at Ephesus.
Now, let
And
me
moreover,
just pause here. This is what I recommend every single Sabbath Passover keeping Christian. You should know this because this is the nail in the coffin. This is the when the whistleblower. This is the actual source that you should go to every single time when you are saying that the European Christian church, specifically in Rome, changed the celebration of the Passover from the Passover feast that was always kept in the 14th day of Nisan to what we know today as Easter Sunday. This is actually the evidence to prove that they changed it. And there's also the evidence to prove that you had bishop during that time, like Polycarp, that said, we've been keeping this feast since the time of the apostle. And he mentioned some apostle like Philip, showing you that this is historical source proving that the ancient Israelites or the ancient Christians that were keeping the first century traditions of the Bible actually kept the Passover as the Jews kept the Passover. They did not deviate from that. This is the source you should know. Eusebius chapter 24, and you keep read down and goes into this, right? So let's continue reading, brother. I'm sorry.
no problem. And moreover, John, who was both a witness and a teacher, who reclined upon the bosom of the Lord, and being a priest, wore the sacred plate. He fell asleep at Ephesus, and Polycarp in Smyrna, who was a bishop and martyr, and Thracius, bishop and martyr from Eumenia, who fell asleep in Smyrna, Why need I mention the bishop and martyr Sagaris, who fell asleep in Laodicea, or the blessed Papyrus, or Melito, the eunuch who lived altogether in the Holy Spirit, and who lies in Sardis, awaiting the epicopet from heaven, when
So
he
this is
shall
all,
rise.
these are all different bishops. So when it says falling asleep, that means they were not literally asleep, they were dead. And they were saying they're falling asleep because they understood they would come back to life after the resurrection of Christ, after the second coming of Christ, they're going to come back to life, right? So he's going into all the people, going back to the Apostle John, going back to the Apostle Philip, they were keeping the Passover the same way when the Jews kept the Passover, right? Let's continue.
When he shall rise from the dead. All these observe the 14th day of the Passover according to the gospel, deviating in no respect, but following the rule of faith. And I also, Polycrates, the least of you all, do according to the tradition of my relatives, some of whom I have closely followed, for 7 of my relatives were bishops, and I am the 8th. And my relatives always observe the day when the people put away the leaven.
Put away the
I,
leaven, right?
I, therefore, brethren, who have lived 65 years in the Lord, and have met with the brethren throughout the world, and have gone through every holy scripture, am not affrighted by terrifying words. For those greater than I have said, we ought to obey God rather than man.
So you would think that now in modern times, they could look back at these writings and realize, okay, we should be keeping the Passover the same way the Jews keep the Passover, or the same date, right? Because whoever controlled the calendar controls the people. I have not understood or appreciated the importance of a calendar or a universal calendar as I do today. It is extremely important. Whoever controls the calendar controls the people. You control when the feast days are ushered in with a holiday. Every nation has a holiday. Every nation has a memorial day that they remember when they found freedom, or they found this, liberty, whatever, right? Or a victory of a war, or whatever. The Civil War, this war, that conflict, this, or the birthday of a great man that did something great for that nation, right? Every nation's had these holidays. And specifically also worshiping on gods, right? So this shows that they are not following what the apostle was following. They are now following something else that came from Rome, right? So this would be the source you should go to every single time you're arguing with a Christian that is keeping Easter versus Passover. Let's continue.
He then writes, of all the bishops who were present with him and thought as he did. His words are as follows. I could mention the bishops who were present, whom I summoned at your desire, whose names, should I write them, would constitute a great multitude. And they, beholding my littleness, gave their consent to the letter, knowing that I did not bear my gray hairs in vain, but had always governed my life by the Lord Jesus. Thereupon, Victor, who presided over the church at Rome, immediately attempted to cut off from the common unity the parishes of all Asia, with the
So
churches that agree with them.
Victor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Victor was the bishop of Rome. And, when Rome converted to Christianity, automatically you could clearly see through their writings, through their perspective of Christianity, as the self-proclaimed leaders and self-proclaimed authorities, because Rome was the greatest power at that time. If you have an emperor converted to a religion, automatically that religion is going to become prominent in that culture, but also that emperor is going to also become prominent in that religion, right? So the emperors and the people that were in charge of Rome when it was pagan, now these are the people that became the bishops of the churches, right? To the point that they fell because they disagree. And because, now, first of all, you would think if a bishop of Asia that is a well-established bishop that he could trace their genealogy back to the apostle in regards of their tradition should end the conversation. But the arrogancy of your Roman Catholicism, the Roman people in general, they wanted to Romanize every single god. And that's something they used to do before they convert to Christianity. They will take a god from Egypt or Babylon and make that god look more Roman. The famous apparels that you see today of Jesus Christ with a white robe and a red tunic, these were style of clothing that Greek philosophers used to clothe like. So they made Christ look like a Greek philosopher, right? They didn't draw him, or even in the clothing, you could see Roman influence. So they used to Romanize their God. So when they began to worship this new religion, they began to change it to what they felt is right through their traditions, right? So let's continue. So Victor was the one that wanted to kick out Polycarp, a well-respected bishop that's been there he's been a Christian for 65 years of his life. That means, let's say he converted, early on. My understanding, he was a Christian very early on, around the age of 10. He converted. So we're talking about he was probably in his late 70s, mid 70s, right? So well-respected man. And this guy, Victor, had the audacity to say, yeah, we should kick these guys out from Asia because, they want to celebrate the Passover, right? So this was a very heated argument, right? But I want to also bring something else out in regards of this feast days, because this shows that there was always an argument, right? But within the argument, it also exposes something else, right? Let's continue.
All right. Thereupon, Victor, who presided over the church at Rome, immediately attempted to cut off from the common unity of the parishes of all of Asia, with the churches that agree with them as heterodox, and he wrote letters and declared all the brethren their holy excommunicate. But this did not please all the bishops, and they besought him to consider the things of peace and of neighborly unity and love. Words of theirs are extant, sharply rebuking Victor. Among them was Irenaeus, who, sending letters in the name of the brethren in Gaul, over whom he presided, maintained that the mystery of the resurrection of the Lord should be observed only on the Lord's day. He fittingly admonishes Victor that he should not cut off whole churches of God which observe the tradition of an ancient custom, and after many other words he proceeds as follows.
Now let's unpack this for a minute. Irenaeus, right? He felt, yes, that we should keep the feast days on the Lord's day, right? And we're going to go into this term, the Lord's day, for a minute, because the only place we could find the Lord's day is in the book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 10, mentioned by John. So the question they need to ask themselves is that, was this something that the apostle ordained? Like, my question to Arian is, right? Why has to be in the Lord's day? What is the Lord's day, first of all? Because it was coined by John in the book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 10. Now, Polycarp, he mentioned that they were keeping the feast days, dating back, right, from the time of John. And here's John in the island of Patmos, right? So if we're going to believe Kalipak, which I do, because not only he was able to not only say this is what he used to do in this church, but he mentioned, and there was a letter with the names of other bishops that have passed away and other bishops that are still alive, saying this is what we've been keeping in Asia since the time of the apostles. That should rest this argument. And the fact that the term the Lord's Day was coined by John, and Polycarp mentioned that John was keeping the Passover the same way the Jews kept the Passover. Why is Irenaeus is saying that we should keep the Passover no other day but the Lord's Day? Who said that in the Bible? Right? We should not keep it no other day but the Lord's Day. Who gave that authorization to Irenaeus? Who gave that authorization to the Church of Rome to say this is the day we should celebrate the Passover? And change the word Passover into the Easter feast. Right? So let's continue reading.
For the controversy is not only concerning the day, but also concerning the very manner of the fast. For some think that they should fast one day, others two, yet others more. Some, moreover, count their days as consisting of 40 hours day and night. And this variety in its observance has not originated in our time, but long before in that of our ancestors. It is likely that they did not hold to strict accuracy, and thus formed a custom for their posterity according to their own simplicity and peculiar mode. Yet all of these live none of these less in peace, and we also live in peace with one another. And the disagreement in regard to the fast confirms the agreement in the faith.
Okay. So they were also arguing about the day of fasting. Why? I believe this comes from the book of the Gospel or the Epistle of Peter. When Peter recorded that when Christ got crucified, the Christians or the apostles went away, and they were mourning because of the death of Christ. So there was a tradition that began to develop much later that we should mourn or we should fast. And this is where the Catholic Church get this whole thing about Ash Wednesday and not eating meat until Easter Sunday. I think Easter Sunday is coming up this Sunday, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or last Sunday. I forget. I believe
It's this Sunday, I think.
this Sunday, yeah. Because I believe that the Passover is according to the lunar calendar. And I believe this year, the reason why it's April 12th is because actually Easter is next.
It's on 420 because I remember my uncle had made kind of a big deal about it, send it to my son. Easter this year is on 420 and all this other stuff.
Right.
And I was like, and I told him, so what? You know, Easter ain't, I mean, you can't find nothing about an egg and a bunny rabbit in the Bible.
Right.
So.
Right. So let's continue reading, right? Because this is going into the history of the calendar, right? Let me see here. Let's, he added in the following account that I made prophecy inserted. Okay, let's continue. So he added.
All right. He adds to this the following account, which I may properly insert. Among these were the presbyters before Sotar, who presided over the church which thou now rulest. We mean Anchitus and Plus and Hyginus and Telephorus and Extus. They neither observed it themselves, nor did they permit those after them to do so. And yet, though not observing it, they were none the less at peace with those who came to them from the parishes in which it was observed. Although this observance was more opposed to those who did not observe it, but none were ever cast out on account of this form. But the presbyters before thee, who did not observe it, sent the Eucharist to those of other parishes who observed it. And when the blessed Polycarp was at Rome in the time of Antitus, and they disagreed a little about certain other things, they immediately made peace with one another, not caring to quarrel over this matter. For neither could Antitus persuade Polycarp not to observe what he had always observed with John the disciple of our Lord and the other apostles with whom he had associated. Neither could Polycarp persuade Antitus to observe it, as he said that he ought to follow the customs of the presbyters that had preceded him.
So this is evidence also that they were division, because you had one bishop saying, I'm going to continue the tradition of my elders, of my bishop that came before me. And Polycarp, he said, I'm going to do the same, right? So someone is lying to their, okay, I won't say lying. I will say this. Lying could be a scenario, or once the church began to grow, in 70 AD happened, and they destroyed the temple, and Jerusalem was no longer inhabited by Jews, and the Christians had to leave and kind of scattered. And I'm pretty sure a lot of the records and tradition got lost. That when people began to pick up these traditions, or because there was nothing in writing, because a lot of the writings perhaps got destroyed, that many of the bishops decided to make up their own mind on this matter. Because if you're a bishop of a church, you're trying to pick up the pieces, you're trying to make sense what we should do, and then eventually different traditions are going to be picked up because they had a limitation of writings, right? And I'm saying that is that even back then, right? Let me bring this out real quick. Let me bring this out real quick, right? Right. This is a question in regards of the Council of Nicaea. Let's read this real quick, and also specifically on the Jewish feast days, right? If you don't mind, brother, let me bring this up a
All right.
little bigger.
The statement that Jews disagree on the correct date for Passover is often attributed to Herbert Armstrong, a writer and religious leader who wrote about the Passover controversy in his book Pagan Holidays or God's Holy Days, which he argued that Jews in Jesus' time celebrated Passover one day late, according to the tradition of the elders, according to the Philadelphia Church of God. The Council of Nicaea 325 CE also addressed this issue, rejecting the Jewish date and setting Passover for the first Sunday after the 14th of Nisan.
Right. So he's acknowledging that this is something that we could see this was a problem all through early Christendom, right? Let me also bring up this particular Passover to Easter, right? This kind of goes into the history of this. So let's read this real quick, right? If you don't mind.
How Easter became a primary church festival is an example of acculturation, the blending of early New Testament church and pagan cultures until a new ritual was created. The original Passover service, as practiced by Jesus Christ and his early followers, was replaced by a festival recalling it not his death, but his resurrection. At root, Easter is an ancient pagan fertility celebration and nothing to do with the practice of the early church. The debate over the timing of the new celebration, known eventually as the Quartodeciman controversy, reverberated across the Roman Empire for almost 3 centuries. In 325 CE, the Council of Nicaea ruled in favor of Easter, and the Synod of Antioch reinforced it in 341. Though the Synod called for the excommunication of any who resisted the new observance and their removal beyond the bounds of the empire, the issue did not go away. Those who wanted to follow the early church's practice had strong precedents. A statement against Judaism. The term.
Matter of fact, we could start at the disagree, the degree,
Okay.
the degree. I'm sorry.
All right. The degree of antipathy towards the Jews and the Quartodecimans was expressed forcibly by the Emperor Constantine as he hurled the changes established by the Council of Nicaea. It was declared unworthy to observe that most sacred festivals in accordance with the practice of the Jews, having sullied their own hands with a heinous crime. Such blood-stained men are, as one might expect, mentally blind. Let there be nothing in common between you and the detestable mob of Jews. We have received from the Savior another way. A course is open to our most holy religion that is both lawful and proper.
So here you have Constantine in the Council of Nicaea talking about that they do not want anything associated with the Jews. So this was the motivation. So, and this is important. Why? Because if you're going to keep a celebration of Christ or something that he did, and you motivated by, we want to keep this celebration, but we want to do it in a way that is no way associated with the Jews. But the question that Constantine should have asked himself is, what if Christ, being a Jew, kept the feast day exactly the same way the Jews kept it? So therefore, we have an issue here, right? So let's continue reading.
Let us with one accord take up this course, right honorable brothers, and so tear ourselves away from that disgusting complicity. For it is surely quite grotesque for them to be able to boast that we would be incapable of keeping these observances without their instruction. Eusebius, Life of Constantine, 3:18, 2-3. It is apparent that Constantine had been grossly misinformed about the origins of Easter. In fact, the simplicity of the emperor's pronouncement clouded some of the real issues. Thus, the controversy that had led the Council of Nicaea continued to be intense for at least the rest of the century. Eusebius of Caesarea, the bishop chronicler of the council, recorded the testimony of Irenaeus, bishop of Lyon, in the late
I'll be right back. You keep reading, and I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem. Eusebius of Caesarea, the bishop chronicler of the council, recorded the testimony of Irenaeus, bishop of Lyon, in the late 2nd century regarding the first pretext for changing the New Testament Passover memorial. Irenaeus stated that the debate had begun in the days of Bishop Extus, Pope Sixtus I, 115 to 125 CE, from whose time the observance of the 14th was no longer followed in the West. Ecclesiastical History 5-24. In addition, Pius, a successor to the bishopric of Rome, claimed in 147 that his brother Hermes had received instruction from an angel commanding that Easter should be observed on the Lord's Day and not on the 14th. Joseph Bingham, The Antiquities of the Christian Church, 1855.
So here we are, that they're getting so desperate, right, that they're arguing about this. First of all, it would have been helpful if this angel would have established what is the Lord's Day, because that's never been established, right? Because in the book of Revelations, chapter 1, when John the Revelator is talking about the Lord's Day, he doesn't say Sunday, right? I John, who also am your brother and companion in tribulation and in the kingdom and the patient of Jesus Christ, was in the isles that is called Patmos for the word of God and for the testimony of Jesus Christ. I was in the spirit on the Lord's Day. What is the Lord's Day? First of all, that's not mentioned. So what happened is they took this gray area. They took this area of not exactly knowing, because the Lord's Day could be easily the only day that was called the day of the Lord was the Passover, was the feast days. I mean, excuse me, the weekly Sabbath. And historians has come up to three solutions or three possibilities. This could be what most people believe is Sunday, which I don't. Some people believe is Saturday or the weekly Sabbath. Some people say that I was in that when the Lord's Day or the day of the Lord is usually associated with a day of prophecy. Like if the day of the Lord comes upon you, that means that a prophecy that one of the prophets has been warning the people is come to pass. This is the Lord. This is the day of the Lord in which the Lord will say will come to pass. So this could be maybe that that John was in the spirit in the day of the Lord on the day of when he saw Christ returning and executing the prophecy mentioned in the Bible. Thus the day of the Lord. So there's different argument what this day means, right? So let me see here. And the church of Pentecost, church of the market respect and observe the church, and in those areas who truly was all name became peacemaker in the okay, Okay. Let's see. Those who recently mentioned. Okay, because it goes on and on and on. I'm trying to go into the copy of the church. Sacred Day. Because there was another spot that I want to go into specifically, and you should read this on your own, guys. They got the audio version that you can read and so forth, so on. So let's have this conversation, right? In regards of these calendars and the difference between one calendar versus another, right? Let me see something else. Emperor Constantine's statement was the Jews don't agree. Okay, yeah. Let me read this as well. This is important. We could go. Let's read this real quick. Emperor Constantine's statement that the Jews don't agree on the date of the Passover is reflected on the historical issues resounding. Okay, let's read this real quick.
All right. Emperor Constantine's statement that Jews don't agree on the day of Passover is a reflection of the historical issues surrounding the differing calculations of the Jewish calendar and the Christian need to align Easter with a particular Sunday after the Jewish Passover. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE addressed this issue, deciding to keep Easter on the first Sunday following the Jewish Passover, rejecting the Jewish date. Constantine's statement also reflects a desire to distinguish Christian practices from those of the Jewish community.
The Council of Nicaea converted the Jewish Passover is celebrated based on which is a solar. Okay. Okay, so I want to and this is the definition of that Quartodecimanism. Some early Christian believe that the Easter should be kept on the same day of the Jewish Passover, regardless of the day of the week. This is very important because this is mentioned, regardless of the day of the week. Right? It falls. Why? Because if Polycarp was keeping the Passover the same way that the Jews was keeping the Passover, because this was the tradition that came down from the elders, and he went back to the apostle. This also proves that the calendar, this suggests, let me just say this, that the calendar in which the Christ was keeping could not have been, it could be an Enoch calendar, but it doesn't mean, this proves that this calendar, it was not a fixed calendar in regard to the Passover lands on Saturday every year, the way GOCC keeps it. That makes sense? Because that statement, it says, regardless of the day of the week, Constantine opposed this view. So what is this saying? This is talking about specifically that, and I can't find it where Constantine said this specifically, because Constantine said that the Jews don't agree on which day they should keep. Why? Because there was an argument during that time. Because the Jewish calendar, okay, let me look this up. When was the Jewish calendar settled? Okay, here we go. So the Jewish calendar was actually settled or codified in the year 359 CE, right? So when the Council of Nicaea went on, 325. So we're talking about what, almost like 30 years after, 25 years after, right? So this proves that Constantine was telling the truth in regards that the Jews did not agree. Because if the calendar was settled this year, that means there was disagreement. Different calendars were being kept in different regions within Judaism. So, Brother Rick, if you could read this real quick, if you don't mind.
All right. The modern Jewish calendar was fixed and codified by Hillel II in the 4th century CE, around 359 CE. This calendar, based on mathematical and astronomical calculations, standardized the length of months and the addition of leap months to align the lunar calendar with the solar year. Prior to this, the calendar was determined by visual observations of the new moon, and the intercalations of leap months was decided by the Sanhedrin, the governing body of Jewish people.
And because within the Israelite community, we do not have a Sanhedrin to settle these issues. Every camp is doing their own thing. This is the reason why we are, if we could unite in one thing, the calendar will be it. Because I think that unites all the Christians, because you got the Catholics, we got the Protestants, we got the Lutherans, we got all the different religious Christian institutions. They all keep the same calendar. They may disagree on the Trinity and this, that, and the other, but they all keep the same calendar, right? Let's continue reading.
In ancient times, the Jewish calendar was based on lunar observations. The beginning of each month was determined by the sighting of the new moon, and the Sanhedrin decided when to add an extra month, leap month, to align the lunar calendar with the solar year. Hillel's second reform, around 359 CE, Hillel II, a Palestinian patriarch, introduced a fixed and continuous calendar that was based on mathematical and astronomical calculations rather than visual observations. This calendar, which is still in use today, standardized the length of months and the addition of leap months in a 19-year cycle.
So this is evidence that if they needed to have a council and the Sanhedrin had to make a ruling, that means that they were arguing. Well, this proves two things. They did not have the same. They have probably the same limited records that we have today. That makes sense. That means in the 4th century, right, in the year 359 CE, before after the Common Era, right? CE means before, right? It's like CE is the equivalent of AD, right? BC, AD, if I'm correct, before the Common Era or after the Common Era, I think, right? Okay,
Common Era, Christian Era.
Right. So this is what I want us to kind of understand. This is not a new problem. There's been a problem since at least for 2,000 years, right? And so forth, so on. So I just want to just touch on all of these issues before we move forward, right? Let me bring in other brothers that are in here as well. Let me bring in Brother Kazak. Now, Brother Kazak, I see there are, okay, there's two. But I could, and I see, let me add this, brother. Okay, so Brother Kazak, you and I were having a conversation about the calendar, right? And you have an interesting way to calculate it, which I like, and I man going guys where we have not yet have an official one. We have official, unofficial one, but we haven't codified it yet. From your perspective, how do you see these issues could be resolved? Do you believe there needs to be a Sanhedrin or some form of government body to resolve these issues versus each camp having their own calculation and coming up to their own calculation? What say you about this?
Yes, I would like to see a roundtable discussion where we can actually bring our sources together and see whether or not we can come together in a unified consent on a calendar. I know it's been going on for quite some time, and we were never able to come with a general consensus where this is the calendar.
Yeah.
When we begin to look at Eusebius and how they are now trying to unify the people, because at the beginning this is a Hebrew calendar. Okay, we first begin to see an explanation of the calendar with Enoch. The book of Josephus talks about Abraham being a person that was very knowledgeable also in the celestial sciences. We see Moses also being very skilled in the celestial sciences. I would like to see, again, these type of conversations being held. But when you begin to look at Eusebius, they're looking more to bring everybody together. So it's not just biased towards one particular religion, as they say, which is Hebrews. And this is the reason why we have, what is this thing? Not Passover, but what is it they do? It's been so long ago. Easter, this whole thing with Easter. And so Easter usually is centered around a time of the year where we're going to now do these new calculations where everybody is included. So nobody feels secluded. But it's always been my argument that this universal calendar that was brought to our attention was supposed to have been a universal calendar. But as guys like some of the emperors came into play, they started to add days to the week. They started to shorten the year instead of 12 months in a year. You see evidence of now, I think it might have been Justinian, if I'm not mistaken. He was the one that added days to the week, shortened months, shortened years. I mean, just a whole bunch of stuff was going on. So how do we now get the correct date through all of this meddling from other nations? how do we now go back to the source, to the actual original source, and bring out that calendar and follow that calendar? How do we do that?
That's the question that I would like to ask the brothers, and starting with you, how can we do that? What is your calculation? How you have come to this conclusion? If you have come to a conclusion, what do you have in your end? I think you muted yourself, or you could maybe unmute yourself. Okay.
Right.
Yep.
My apologies. I'm going to send you a screenshot of the calendar that I have for this year,
Okay.
and you can scrutinize it. Tell me what you see. Give me 1 second. Let me send you the calendar.
Sure.
Okay.
And while you're doing that, I think we have other brothers as well. We have brother Kevin Scott. I want to hear your opinion. We also see brother Dennis. I believe. Let me see. Dennis Kadori, I believe we have. Brothers, I just want to make sure you guys could hear me. And you, brother Calvin, I think I see your phone unmuted. I want you to come in next and share. Can you hear me, brother Calvin? Calvin Scott. Okay, we also lost brother Kazak.
Well, in the meantime, if I may, Elder, could I read something real quick?
Please.
This is a book, Two Babylons. Also, this is a book that, back in the day, Elder Rakah brought out. And, this is for people that's struggling with, should I either celebrate Easter or Passover? And hopefully this help you make a decision.
Right.
This part is on page 103, section 2, and it talks about Easter. Then look at Easter. What means the term Easter itself? It is not a Christian name. That's for you Christians. It bears a Chaldean origin on its very forehead. Easter is nothing else than Astarte. You can look in the book of Ephesians to find Astarte. One of the titles of Beltis, the Queen of Heaven, whose name, as pronounced by the people of Nineveh, was evidently identical with that now in common use in this country. That name, as found by Layard on the Assyrian monuments, is Ishtar. The worship of Baal and Astarte was very early introduced into Britain along with the Druids, the priests of the groves. Some have imagined that the judicial worship was first introduced by the Phoenicians, who centuries before the Christian era traded to the 10 mines of Cornwall. But the unequivocal traces of that worship are found in regions of the British Islands where the Phoenicians never penetrated. And it has everywhere left indelible marks of the stronghold which it must have had on the early British mines. From Baal, the 1st of May is still called Beltane in the Alamac. And we have customs still lingering at this day among us, which proves how exactly the worship of Baal or Moloch, for both titles belong to the same God, had been observed even in the northern parts of this island. I'm gonna leave it there.
Okay. Absolutely. So, brother Kazak, I have your calendar that you sent. I guess the floor is your. Where you want to start?
Well, what I'm using to bring in the year is the vernal equinox, the spring, the beginning of the year. The Father is speaking to the nation of Israel through agricultural terms. I have that the place where the Father placed his name at was Jerusalem. So that's going to be my primary go-to point on how to do the actual count. And so being that Jerusalem is the place where the Father placed his name, There are a couple of brothers that are actually living in Israel, and they also come up with the same date of March the 20th. A sundial being used here wouldn't play a whole lot of significance in doing the count because Georgia, Jersey, New York isn't the place where the Father placed his name. And then on top of that, we know that there's a 7-hour difference between our time and the way that it's being calculated in Jerusalem. So I have March the 20th as being the first day or the transitional day where we now have spring. I also have into my calculations now that this is actually now happening during the midst of the week. In alignment with the book of Genesis, the first chapter, I believe it's the 14th verse where it begins to talk about what is actually happening during the midst of the week, where we begin to see luminaries being mentioned, sun and stars. And it also makes mention of the word Yarach or moon. But we know that that is actually, I believe that's the one that's actually in italics.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's in italics, it was my understanding that it wasn't originally there. I didn't have time to, I'm just going to give you just the gist of where I'm coming from. The way that I do my calculation is the sun and the stars, bringing the year to the T at 364. We can find these writings in the book of Jubilee, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and even in the scriptures. The 364 is very important, even in regards to prophecy, when we begin to talk about times, and the dividing of times, and how that whole thing of doing that count is going to give you 360, 360, 360, then 360 times 2, and then half of 360, which could give you now the 120. Even when we begin to look at the calculations in regards to Noach or Noah's flood story, we find that that count is also being given of the 360 with the understanding that we have transitional days, and these transitional days are spring, summer, fall, winter. So I'll stop there so that I won't just throw out a whole bunch of information.
Okay.
And there are two other brothers that I did invite because I know that they had a difference
Now,
in
okay.
how they're actually doing their count.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So, you have March 25th this year is the vernal equinox. Is that date the same date every year, or it changes every year from your calculation? I'm just curious. Your phone, you're muted.
Oh, excuse me. I've gone back as far as the early 1200s, and it varied between the 20th and the 21st. A few times I saw something that was very interesting where it happened on the 19th. And when I begin to see things like that occurring, it has been my argument over the years is that we ourselves don't have to do any extra calculations or manipulating of the scripture. Whatever it is that we see that's going on in the heavens, the Father makes the necessary adjustments if those adjustments needs to be made. There's nothing that we need to do by adding a 13th month. We don't have to do any of that. Only thing that we would have to do is follow the protocol that was given to us in the beginning and understand the word uth, or the word signal. And what we used to do is look at the Shamayims, or the heavens, and be able to look directly at what was happening at that particular time to give us the indication that this is not the beginning of the year versus calculation. So it has always been my argument that observation comes first, then calculation. So it is always, from my position, is going to fall on either the 20th or the 21st every single year. It's
Okay.
a fixed date. Mm-hmm.
It's a fixed date. So what will be the argument you would give somebody if they will say, well, that calendar is 365, because if you have March 20th landing as the vernal equinox every year, or March 21st, depending, because you got the leap year going on, 365, March 20th, 2025, March 20, 2026 is going to be 365. So, how will you combat someone saying, why is the sun not going around 364 versus 365? Which if we calculate the modern calendar today, if we celebrate the feast days, if we celebrate the vernal equinox of March 20th, which I believe landed this year on a Thursday. Let me see here. March 20th. Right? Correct? That would be a Thursday. Would that be correct, Brother Kazak?
From you talking about last year?
No, 2025, this year.
Right.
It will be so that would be Thursday, will be the vernal equinox. So then when you start counting with the Passover will land on April 3rd. Is that right calculation on my behalf or no?
I think I understand what you're saying. The being that if you took a 364 day Hebrew Enoch Qumran community calendar and laid it directly on top of a Gregorian calendar, you're going to have one day and, as they say, a quarter day missing.
Yes.
Meaning now, when the vernal equinox happened on that Thursday, that was actually now the mist of the week. That's the mist of the week. So
Right.
the way that we have it on our Gregorian calendar, if we're counting Sunday as the first day of the week, then it would say Wednesday is the mist of the week. But that's based upon a Gregorian calendar. So to make it simple now is that the number stays the same, but the name of the week changes. And like you and we had discussed before, is that one of the prime examples that I like to share is that whatever day your birthday fell on last year, the number stays the same, but the name of the week moves ahead 1 week. One day.
Yes.
So if your birthday was on a Wednesday last year, this year it would be on a Thursday. The next year it would be a Friday. The next year would be a Saturday and a Sunday. And the reason why is because we're counting 364 versus 365 and a quarter. So the number stays the same, but the name of the week changes. I don't know if that makes sense.
What is your stance on the resurrection of Christ? Do you believe he came back to life on that Sunday morning? Do you believe that's incorrect? Because I know there's other brothers that believe that the Passover was Wednesday, I believe, and the crucifixion was Thursday. Getting ready. I'm trying to remember how they broke it down. I got to maybe bring them because I don't want to misrepresent what they're saying, but there is a belief that Christ was not risen on the Sunday, because the Passover could land any day of the week, and and I don't believe he was risen on Sunday. Me personally, I believe if Christ was crucified on Friday, he must be risen at least Monday morning to complete that 3 days and 3 nights. But that's been, what is your understanding, Rico? Do you start from Sunday counting back, or you don't honor the Sunday resurrection date?
No, not on the first day of the week. I don't believe that the Mashiach actually was resurrected and met with his Talmudim on his resurrection didn't happen on the first day of the week. Now, what I do find interesting is this. I don't subscribe when I'm talking calendar talk. I don't subscribe to Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. What I try to do is, because those names, the names of the week are, this is something new. The only name that was given a day of the week that was only given a name was Shabbat. That's
Right.
it's the Shabbat. So what happened now was that the Mashiach died during the midst of the week. Okay. We know that to be a Wednesday, but I can't tell a person that that was the word Wednesday, because the word Wednesday is not there. I just say he died during the midst of the week, where we have a third hour, a sixth hour, and a ninth hour. The Mashiach gave up the Ruach HaKodesh, or the Holy Spirit, during the ninth hour. And then we have now, which is the 14th. And then what happened now is that when the sun falls completely below the horizon, this ushers in the 15th. So the 15th now is when the Passover lamb and the unleavened bread is eaten during that time. So when the Mashiach has his last meal with his disciples, his last meal, that was not Passover, was not Passover. The Passover happened when the priest, I think it was Nicodemus, if I'm not mistaken, where he was in a hurry to get the body off of the tree because the festival was about to come in. And plus, it would have been a curse for the body to be on the tree for the whole night. And so the body had to be taken off the tree, ushering in now, we're about to start Pesach. And so that whole event that happened with the death of the Mashiach happened on the 14th during the daylight part of the day.
So
If that,
That was
should
Joseph of Arimathea, not Nicodemus.
okay,
uh,
excuse me, my brother. Yeah, Joseph, right. You're absolutely correct. Joseph.
so repeat that again. You're saying that. So explain to me, like I'm using modern terms, so that I know the ancient Hebrew didn't use the word Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and so forth, so on. So give me a synopsis in what you believe that week looked like in regards from the day that Christ was betrayed by Judas, right? He went to, in my understanding, according to the gospel, he did that 2 days before. Because I think in the book of Matthew, it says that that in 2 days is the feast of the Passover, right? So let me go and go to the scriptures that mentions that. So explain to me, like, where is this? Okay, here we go. So let's go to Matthew chapter 20, I believe 26, right? So let's start at verse 1, if we don't mind, Brother Ricky.
All right. Matthew 26:1. And it came to pass, when Yeshua had finished all these things, he said unto his disciples, Ye know that after 2 days is the feast of the Passover, and the Son of Man is betrayed to be crucified. Then
So let's
assembled
stop.
to
So let's stop there. What day, Brother Kazak, and also I think we have the brothers, Brother Calvin, and we also have a Brother Barry. Let me add him as well, and others. I want to add
This
all the
would be on
brothers.
the 13th of the first month.
So who's speaking? This is
Calvin.
Calvin. Okay, so Brother Calvin, so you, from your calculation, you're saying this will be on the 13th of the week of the month.
Yes.
What day of the week would this be from your calculation?
It would be Tuesday.
It'll be Tuesday. And the Passover then will be Thursday, if it's 2 weeks, right? So
The
that
high day Shabbat would be Thursday. He dies on Wednesday. That's the preparation day, the 14th.
the 14th. Okay. So he had, okay, so that's the preparation day, the 14th. And then the Thursday is the high Sabbath mentioned in the book of John, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. So you don't believe that he died on Friday, as what is mostly recognized, right? Good Friday, or you believe he died Thursday morning or Thursday afternoon?
No, he died. He died Wednesday.
When
Wednesday afternoon.
Wednesday afternoon,
Right. So
and
they were in. That's why Joseph of Arimathea was in such a rush to get the body down and in the tomb, because once nightfall took over the evening sky, that became the high day Shabbat, starting making the calendar date the 15th of the first month.
okay. So let me
Because
so let me ask you a question. When you keep reading down, right? It says, you know that after 2 days is the feast of the Passover, and the Son of Man shall be betrayed and crucified, right? And when you keep
yes,
reading, it says, Brother Rick, if you could read that for me, if you don't mind.
Then assembled together the chief priests and the scribes and the elders of the people unto the palace of the high priest, who was called Caiaphas, and consulted that they might take Yeshua by subtlety and kill him. But they said, not on the feast day, lest there be an uproar among the people.
Okay, so this conversation, from your understanding, this was also 2 days before the Passover.
yes,
Okay, so this conversation was held on Tuesday.
yes.
Okay, and let's keep reading.
Now when Shai was in Bethany, in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head as he sat at meat.
This is
But
still
when
Tuesday, brother Calvin, or this is another day, or what will say you?
I said they had the Last Supper on the 13th.
Okay,
Then Iscariot, he leaves and comes back that night. Once it becomes night, it's now the 14th.
got you.
So
Oh,
when in the middle of the night, when he comes back with the soldiers to arrest Yahusha, they take him and like they hold him all during the night, and in that morning they're like getting ready to crucify him by that evening.
got you. Now, let's continue in verse 17, because I want to have engaged, kind of like a timeline. So, verse 16,
I
brother,
have it all mapped out on my calendar, by the way.
do you have a way you could send me that, or I don't know
I
if you
sent it
could
in the
do
chat.
you have the ability to share your screen? I don't
I
know if
I don't think so. I sent
uh
I sent it in the chat. There's a link.
okay, so you have a link on the chat, on the private chat. Okay, I see it. Okay, so let me do this.
I have his whereabouts leading up to uh like even the week before.
Okay, let me, if I could put this a little bigger. Well, let me do this. Okay, so I have it here. Okay, so let me put the calendar here. Use, if I could find it where I did with that. What is that? Wait, okay, here we go. So let me get the calendar.
There we go.
Okay. So what part you wanna
All right, so
um
scroll down. Keep going. So it'll start on the third page.
third page? So this will be the third page here, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let me bring this a little smaller so people could get captured all the. Okay. Okay. So go ahead, brother.
All right, so like even the week before this, he's at Simon's house, and then on the 10th he goes into Jerusalem to go into the temple. That's when he sees all the money changers and stuff and started whipping people in the temple.
Right.
That's that Shabbat before that, on the 10th.
That will be the 10th. Let me see. So I see that.
Abiyab 10th.
So this is a 13 here. This is a Thursday. The 12th. the 11th, the 10th. Are you referring to Monday? This
No, it would be Saturday.
Saturday will be what I'm looking at because Saturday, what date? Because I see Saturday the 15th. I see the fourth commandment. Remember, okay, the Sabbath.
So
Then
below
you
that.
have. Go ahead.
So on this calendar, the first number is correlating with the Gregorian calendar, so that it's
Right,
easier to navigate for people because some people use it to request off work and stuff.
right.
But that second one, the second date, that's the Enoch calendar, the Hebrew calendar.
The second meaning what? The second, what you're referring to? The date of the week or?
The date, the date beside the first number.
Right. That I said. So this is talking about Saturday the 15th. Well, this will be the 2025 year. This is this year or last year's?
This is this year.
Okay, so this
The
right
calendar
here.
for this year.
You see my mouse moving around on the Saturday, right on the top right, or top your left, my right.
All right. So March 22nd. March 22nd will be when he entered into Jerusalem.
Oh, okay. March 22nd is when he entered in Jerusalem.
Yeah, because
Okay.
in Exodus they say to get the Passover lamb and for each man's house, like
Right.
select one without blemish.
Right.
All right, so he enters into Jerusalem to his father's house because he's the Passover lamb without blemish.
Right.
All right, so like fast forward to the March 25th. That's the 13th. That's when they're having the Last Supper.
Okay. The Last Supper. Right. So
Right.
let me ask you a question. When the disciples are asking Christ, "Hey Christ, where should we keep the Passover?"
Mm-hmm.
They kept it 2 days earlier. Would
No,
that be no?
no, because if you
Okay.
go and read the Greek, the word when they're breaking bread and eating it, that word for bread is different than what they use for unleavened bread. That bread was means to
Leavened
rise
bread.
and to like puff up.
Right.
They were
Regular
eating
bread.
leavened
regular
bread.
bread then during
Right.
that meal.
So
So
right.
we
So
know for sure that that's not unleavened bread. That's not Passover.
right.
If you eat
So but
unleavened bread, it's
right.
Passover.
But what will be the answer? So that will be the answer if somebody would say, "Well, brother, the disciples kept the Passover because that's what they call it." They told Christ, "Hey, where should we keep the Passover?" Because like if you go here, for instance, let me just switch over to the scripture. And I'm liking your calendar. I just want to kind of like ask questions that someone else will be asking, right?
Okay.
Like for instance, when the scriptures, chapter 26, verse 17 reads as follow. Brother Rick, if you could read that for me, if you don't mind.
Matthew 26:17. Now the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, the disciples came to Yeshua, saying unto him, Where wilt thou that we prepare for thee to eat the Passover?
Uh-huh.
And he said, Go into the city to such a man, and say unto him, The master saith, My time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at thy house with my disciples. And the disciples did as Yeshua had appointed them, and they made ready the Passover. Now, when the even was come, he sat down with the 12. And as they did eat, he said, Verily I say unto you, that one of you shall betray me. And they were exceeding sorrowful, and began every one of them to say unto him, Lord, is it I?
Right. So so brother Calvin, so your answer to be to if someone say, well, they call it the Passover.
Mm-hmm.
He sat down with his disciples on the Passover. Why would this not? The answer will be, well, if you go into the Greek word for the word bread that they utilize, it will be a bread that is not unleavened. It will be a
Right, because
leavened
two
bread. So that's
different words.
evidence. I'm sorry.
There's two different words that's used.
Right, right, and I do agree with you. I've seen that before.
And also,
So that will be your answer
why would they
without.
be celebrating unleavened bread before Passover? Like,
Right, no, I agree
so,
with you. But what I'm saying, would that be your answer? That makes sense. Like, would that be your response if somebody say, "Well, no, hold on, brother." In verse 17, chapter 26 of Matthew's, it says that now the first day, right, of the unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus, saying unto him, "Where will we what we prepared for thee to eat the Passover?" And then he goes down, go into, and he said, "Go into the city to such a man and say unto him, the master says, my time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at thou house with my disciples." So your answer to that will be, oh, it could not have been the yearly Passover.
that's one of the, like, it's not. How can you have? He's asking where to eat the Passover lamb, but it's the first day of unleavened bread. That doesn't make sense. There's obviously a mistranslation somewhere from
Gotcha.
them translating to
Yeah.
from Hebrew to Greek to
Yeah.
English.
Yeah. I used to shout because when I was with GOCC, remember, we was trying to fit the Saturday every year Passover lands every year on Saturday.
Ah,
And this was a challenge scripture, at least for me, because it did said um the first day of the Passover or the first day of unleavened bread, right? Um, and you have in other areas like in Mark, it kind of says the same story. It says the first day of unleavened bread, when they killed the Passover, his disciples said unto him, where will thou that we go and prepare thou mayest eat the Passover? And he sent forth two of his disciples and said unto them, Go ye into the city, and whether you shall meet you a man bearing a pitcher of water, follow him whatsoever he shall. And then it goes into the same thing. And also Luke kind of say the same thing, right? The way I came across this scripture and the way I was trying to match it into the chapter was, okay, Christ must have kept a feast day earlier than the yearly feast day, because I used to go to the book of John, because the book of John kind of give you the impression that the Passover was coming,
right.
right? And this been even a challenge within early Christendom.
Well, he was the Passover lamb. Like, he had to die on the 14th when the lambs were killed.
Right. And I agreed with you that he will
That's why
have to.
John chapter 19 is that it was the preparation day.
Right, right. Now, this is the problem with the preparation date. It said the preparation date could also be quoted for the weekly Sabbath. That makes
But
sense?
yeah, but
So,
this is dealing with a high day. A high day Shabbat can be any day that's ordained by Yah.
right.
It's not necessarily the the weekly Shabbat.
No, you do have a point there, because the term high day was inserted in the book of John as is giving an impression that this is a feast day. So the
Mhm.
question is, where, because I don't know if you ever heard this argument, right, within the Synoptic gospel. Let's read this real quick. Brother Rick, if you could read this real quick.
The Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, collectively known as the Synoptic Gospels, share a similar framework and account of Jesus' life and ministry, including the Last Supper, while the Gospel of John represents a distinct perspective and chronology, Salakia, particularly concerning the timing of the Last Supper in relation to Passover.
Exactly. So all scholars have looked at the chronology of the Passover. Every Matthew, Mark, and Luke agree that Jesus kept the Passover with his disciples. John is the only one that gives you the impression that he kept that the Passover was still coming later that day, right? So, because think about it, if let's go to John real quick. Let's go to John real quick, and let's go to chapter 19 because I think this is where it says the high day.
Yes.
Well, that day was the high day. Let's go there. 31, right?
Where are
John
you?
19.
So I'm in John chapter 19, verse 31.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay. Brother Rick, if you don't mind.
The Jews, therefore, because it was the preparation that the body should not remain upon the cross on the Sabbath day, for that the Sabbath day is an high day, besought Pilate that their legs might be broken and that they might be taken away. Then came the soldiers and brake the legs of the first and of the other which was crucified with him.
Right. So now when you look at this right here, right, you have an italics. It says for that Sabbath day was a high day. That was added a little later. This was not part of the original John. So
You can look in the Greek; it says the same thing.
yeah. But when you go into italics, like when you go into the Greek, that means that this could have been added much later because when you see italics like that, that means that earlier writings do not have this particular portion. Later, and some do have it. So where scholars come to the conclusion that this was not part of the original, this could have been a student of John or a student of a student of John that could have added this later. Doesn't mean he was wrong. This means this was not what John wrote. This came in much later. This is what most scholars would argue, or would. This is the reason why you will see these little italic symbol at the end of the sentence, right, and so forth. But I believe that that's what it is, right? Now I'm saying that to say this is because when you read all the other times, so let's go into the word preparation, right? Because you have it is 2 times in the Old Testament, First Chronicles 22 and 5, and Nehemiah 2 and 3, and it's all in the days of preparation of the fig tree, which were the right. So it's usually associated with preparation of a feast day or the Sabbath, right? And when you go into the Strong's, let me see what this word means in the Hebrew. To be firm, to be established, to family, the established, fixed, all right, okay. Okay. This is, let me go into the New Testament, this meaning. So the day of preparation, Brother Rick, if you could read this, if you don't mind.
Making ready, preparation, equipping, that which is prepared, equipment. In the New Testament, in a Jewish sense, the day of preparation, the day on which the Jews made necessary preparation to celebrate a Sabbath or a feast.
A Sabbath or a feast. So this is the problem that we're having.
It's showing separation though.
Right. It's like it's like what day of the preparation. So this is if Christ said I'm gonna have the Passover with my apostles, they use words in the language that it was not the word that is usually associated with leavened bread, just regular bread.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, the Jews wants to,
You can see that in Mark 14.
right? They want to get rid of the body or bury the body before the day of preparation, or that day was the day of preparation. For instance, let's go into all the time the term was used, right? So the first time that term was used was in Matthew 27, 62. Let's read that, Brother Rick, if you don't mind.
Matthew 27:62. Now the next day that followed the day of preparation, the chief priests and Pharisees came together unto Pilate.
Right? So they wanted, because they wanted to make sure that the body was not taken, and so forth. So it's like now the next day, they follow the day of preparation, right? The chief priest and the now this is interesting, right? Because when you read this, now the next day that follows the day of preparation, right? Let's read this. Let's find a more simpler. This is the BB, which is plain English Bible, right? Because
The
sometimes this
next
is
day that follows the preparation is the high day. That would be because the
right.
Passover feast
No,
is
I'm with you. I'm
7
with you, brother. I'm
days.
with you. I'm gonna let you in. I just want to, because when you interrupt, then my thought gets out of whack. Because some people may read this and not understand it. So that's why I want to just go. I agree with you. I just want to just do the show. Now, and the day
And
after
Brother
the
Gabar,
getting,
I also want to share something with you. But finish your thought. I don't want you to lose your thought, but I wanted to also say something real quick.
okay, I want to hear it. Now, the days after the getting ready of the Passover, the chief priests and the Pharisees came together to Pilate, saying, "Sir, we have in mind how that false man said, while he was still living, after 3 days I will come again from the dead." Right. So we could clearly see here that the day of preparation was mentioned, right? And the only time, right? Let me. The day of preparation was mentioned in the New Testament 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, right? 6, 7 times, right? But in the context of the day of Christ, right? It says, Luke 20. Look, I'm sorry, Matthew 27, 16, 62. Mark 15:42, right? It says, now when the evening was come, because it was the preparation, that is the day before the Sabbath. This is Mark. It doesn't mention the Passover, it mentioned the Sabbath. Now, I know a Sabbath could also be, or a Passover could also be called Sabbath, because all feast days are Sabbath. I get that, right? I just want you to kind of, if the book of John did not exist, we would not know. There will be nothing in writings we could lean to that the day of preparation was the day preparing the Passover. That makes sense, right? Because in the book of Mark Matthew doesn't say it doesn't say the Passover nor the Sabbath. It just says the day of preparation. But Mark says the day before the Passover. Also, Luke says, in the day, and that day was the preparation, and the Sabbath drew on. The only time that you have the day of preparation before of the Passover is in the book of John. This is John 19:14 says, and it came to pass. Excuse me. And it was the day preparation of the Passover. So now we know that this preparation was the Passover. So this also gives greater confusion, right? I understand that the whole bread language, and that is a different word that is usually associated with the Passover. But in the Synoptic gospel, it gives you the impression, or it tells you that the Passover was being held on a different date if you were to just have the three gospel, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and without John, you would think that Christ will be crucified around a Friday. Saturday is the day of is the Sabbath. They wanted to bury the body. The Passover was Wednesday. They took him Wednesday night or Thursday, and they took him Thursday night. Friday morning, he was in front of Pilate. He was crucified, and so that's if you would just read the three gospel. John kind of confused everything, and so forth, so on. Not confused, but makes a little. There's some challenge there because if you just read the three gospels, it gives you the impression that the Passover already passed, and they were getting ready for the Sabbath. But John, some people said it contradicts. Other people say it does not. That you could harmonize it. I think, I believe, don't quote me, I believe that there was I remember James White having this conversation, and he said that the Passover already passed, but the reason why that Saturday was a high Saturday or that high Sabbath is because although Jews kept the Passover on that Wednesday or Thursday, that was the yearly Passover, but you still have the unleavened week feast that you kept a feast every day. And that's how he harmonized it. He kind of lines up with the three gospels, and he kind of explains away the book of John. And I'm not saying that I agree with him or disagree with him. I'm just saying there's different arguments out there in regards of the preparation. But brother Calvin, I think you want to say something, and then also brother Kazak, you want to say something.
Yeah, well, even with that said, the women came on the first day of the week, right? To the temple.
That's another problem too. That translation can be manipulated. That says that they came on the middle of the week, or they came because the word there is Mia Sabbaton, meaning the word Mia can mean first or one. Sabbaton means Sabbath, and it usually is associated with plural.
So if he died on the Sabbath and they came on the Sabbath, that don't make much sense.
It doesn't make much sense either, right?
He died on Wednesday. 3 days later, he rose on Shabbat at the end of the day.
Right,
and
but
if you read the book of the Gospel of Nicodemus, it goes into further detail on what happened during the nighttime. He goes in and rescues Joseph of Arimathea because they arrested him for getting the body of the Messiah and putting him in a nice tomb.
Yeah.
The priest arrested him and locked him away in a place with no windows and only one exit. And they put two soldiers in front of, just like they did with the Messiah.
Right.
But he goes and rescues him during the nighttime. That's why when the women come on the first day of the week, he's already risen.
Right.
He rose on Shabbat at the end of the daylight hours.
Right. And there is other argument. I think Brother Logic, he has a different argument, and he's saying that the first day of the week is incorrect. And there is some evidence that, the translation of the first day of the week is incorrect because there is some evidence. And I think I brought this out in a previous show that the word Mia Sabbaton, first of the Sabbaths, can be talking about the counting down of the 7 Sabbaths that you have to count between Passover and the Feast of First Fruits, the Feast of Weeks. So there's another. So I think the problem is that the translation can be manipulated to deviate whatever route you want to go or whatever your bias you may be, right? And so forth, so on. So I do believe that Christ came together with his disciples. I believe either the Wednesday night or Thursday night. I gotta read it again because I gotta harmonize all the gospels. And I do believe that regardless whether the Greek word that was used for the word bread was leavened or unleavened, and I agree with you that it will be associated with unleavened bread or leavened bread, excuse me. we could read in this gospel that the disciples asked Christ, when we're going to keep the Passover. Go into the city. There's a man with a pitcher of a cup of, a bowl of some water. Follow him in upper chamber, and there would I keep my Passover. So I believe those things are true. Meaning, I believe Christ kept a Passover or similar to a Passover in the middle of the week. And I also believe that there's a possibility that he probably kept it some few days earlier, or there was a different calendar that was being kept versus what Christ was doing versus what the national Jews were doing at that time. That could be a debate and so forth, so on. Now, the argument that he probably kept a Sabbath earlier is a solid argument because of the bread conversation, the bread word that it's using. So that's a solid argument and a strong argument. The problem is that because the problem is, okay, if we're going to follow what Christ did, and if we're going to say, okay, because the name that was used, the word that was used for the bread was not the unleavened bread, this has to be a non-Passover, although the disciples called it the Passover feast, right? That makes sense? We have to then come to the conclusion, because the bread, the word that was used was not a word that is associated with unleavened bread, this must mean that this could not have been a Passover, although the disciple was calling the Passover. These are things that we have to insert into the story. And all I'm saying is we have to be humble about this, that these records are records that there are some challenge, and especially with combining the book of John with the other three books, because the book of John is the only one that doesn't have the story when the disciples were saying, where we celebrate the Passover? Where we should keep it? That story is not there in the book of John. And that in the book of John is the only of the three that gives you the impression that was keeping the Passover was coming up, not already passed, if that makes sense, right? So I'm just having these conversations so we could address these challenges, because some people are going to see it different. Other people are like, nah, brother, you are, this is and so forth, so on. I don't believe, or I'm comfortable with saying that if someone I would say, if you're going to follow the Enoch calendar, I would agree that the evidence points out that the Qumran cave calendar that was found, that the year starts on Wednesday, the New Year's, probably fits that I would agree that that's probably a more accurate right now in regards of evidence.
That's what they were keeping.
Right.
In the New Testament, if you look at Luke 1, verse 5 through 8, like it says that Zechariah, which is John the Baptist's father, that he was serving the temple in the course of Abaya.
Right.
That's one of the Zadok priests, but that's a 364-day calendar as well.
Right. Now let me ask you a question. So you follow the Enoch calendar, brother Calvin?
Yes, sir.
So what is your answer if someone who is a lunar calendar follower and say, you guys are off because in the book of Enoch, it says that the year is 364, but when you look at the cycle of the sun, it's 360.25. That's proved that the Enoch calendar is off. What will be your response to that?
The moon is on a 354 phase or day yearly cycle, but it's also on a 3-year repeating cycle. So every 3 years it repeats. Like just now, this past month, it reset back in March, back to the anniversary of its creation on Wednesday. And we had even day and night, which marks the 364th day. The day following that is the first day of the year.
Right. So what will be your answer specifically if somebody would say the book of Enoch is off because we could examine that the year goes around 365,
Mhm.
but the book of Enoch says that the year is 364. What would be your answer? Would that be your answer, or you have another answer?
No, so the sun moves through the 12 constellations, which we know them as the zodiac signs now, but they're actual constellations in the sky. The sun passes through one each month, um, and it takes 364 days to complete this cycle. You can't get any more or any less days. How they get 365 is they end up counting the first day twice. That's how the Gregorian calendar works. You don't you start let's say you started on Thursday as your first day, then you should end on Wednesday as your 364th. How they get 365 is they count the first day twice, making it 365.
Who's counted the first day twice?
That's how the Gregorian calendar. Anybody that's getting 365,
Right, but
you,
let me ask you a
you
question
can't get any
because
more than 364.
right. So,
It
but let
doesn't
me ask
work.
you a question. What you will say to someone who would say, regardless whether the Gregorian calendar people are keeping a day twice, right?
Mm-hmm.
The 364 can be measured to be shorter than the cycle of the sun because if you keep a 364 cycle from the vernal equinox, right? And next year, let's say like brother Kazak said that the vernal equinox lands around March 20th this year. And if it lands next year in March 21st, 2026, if you count each day, that will count 365 days, not 364. So we drift. Like for instance, GOCC, they keep a strict 364 calendar. They
Mm-hmm.
started in, I believe, in 2013, right? That was the first year that we began to switch the calendar, right? And then that year, I believe that the vernal equinox landed, I believe it was March 20th. But that year, let me go back to 2013, right? That year, the calendar landed. Yeah, so that year, the vernal equinox landed on March 16th.
Mm-hmm.
And the Passover was March 30th. Go down to, I don't know what, 12 years later, what, 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So we're talking, yeah, almost, closer to 13 years later. Now this year, GOCC kept the Passover or the vernal equinox or the first day of the year was March 1st. And the Passover was March 15th. So they're drifting, right? They're drifting a little bit to the point that if you keep a strict 364, and I don't know if I lost you guys, Brother Calvin, you still there? I think I see you.
I'm still here.
Okay, good. So what would you say to someone that has taken a strict 364? I'm just focusing on 364.
Right.
Strict
I understand
calendar
what you're saying.
with no leap year. You don't add a day at the end of the year. You don't add a week after 7 years. You just keep a 364
Right. Because it's
cycle. What
fixed.
it's fixed. And then if by mathematical equation, you would drift because if you have a 613, 365 versus 364, you're going to come out date short. You're going to drift away from the calendar. What will
The
be your
Gregorian,
answer to somebody?
the Gregorian calendar is shifting, but Yah's calendar is not. You do 364, you're back in the same spot. The sun ends up right back at the constellation Pisces 364 days later.
Okay, so when is your calculation this year is the vernal equinox?
That was March 12th.
March 12th was the vernal equinox this year for you.
Even nighttime hours and even daylight hours.
Okay, so that was.
And if you want to go to the Zadok priesthood, you get the full moon on the 364th, marking the anniversary of its creation, and that moon stays in the night sky of the first day of the year and doesn't set until the sun comes out that morning of the first day of the year.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
That's
This
the
year, okay, so let me ask you a question. This year, the New Year day, the New Year, landed on March 12th. Correct? That's I heard you correctly.
Yes. But
okay,
that night.
That night.
You want to say that?
Last year, from your calculation, when did the New Year started? 2024.
It'd be that same Wednesday, just the 364 days later.
Right. So if it's 364, what would day that land? What day would that land during the week?
It's the days. The day isn't going to change.
Not the days.
It's
the calendar. Yeah, the calendar day, the Gregorian calendar. What if I want to mark it? If I was in 2024, what day would be New Year's for me from your calculations 2 years ago?
Probably the 13th night.
The 13th night. Do you remember what day you celebrated the New Year's on 2024? Do you have that note?
Yeah, I got all my calendars.
So what day the 2024? If you have it in front of you.
So we had even day and night on the 13th.
On the 13th. Okay. Yeah. So, and this year was on the 12th.
Right.
And then what about 2023? Okay. What about and this is a strict 364 calendar?
Yes, the sun, it ends up back at the same spot every year at Pisces, the fish constellation that starts spring.
Right. Okay. Because you have, this year was the 12th, last year was 13, the year prior was the 15th of March, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
because the Gregorian calendar is counting the first day of the year twice.
Explain that to me, because I don't understand how they're doing that.
I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about.
Say again?
Pull up the calendar. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about.
Gotcha. Let me get the calendar. Where are you, calendar? I had the calendar here. What I did with the calendar? Oh, here we go. Okay. Where you want me to go?
All right. See it the first of the year there, that Thursday. See, it's March 13th. Right? March 13th.
March 13th. Okay. Yep, I see it. Well, that's a Thursday. That's a Tuesday, no?
Just consider the lines separating the dates as evenings. So this would technically be like, if you're looking at Gregorian, it'd be Wednesday night.
Gotcha.
Start the calendar. Okay, but first of the year is that Thursday, right? All right, so scroll all the way down to like the second to the last page.
Second to the last page, all the way down. Second to the last page. This is the last page. This is the second to last. Okay.
All right. So you started your first day of the year on the Thursday, right? And you end with the 364th day on a Wednesday. Now, what the Gregorian does is they count that first day that you started at twice to get 365. You can't get any more than 364 days. Y'all made 7 days for a week and 52 weeks for a year. 7 times 52 is 364. You can't get any more, any less.
Right. But this is what I'm trying to ask. And this is, a kind of like, I don't know, and maybe I am explaining it wrong, right?
You're asking about the shifting.
The shifting in particular in regards of this, right?
And I'm telling you, it's because they add an extra day by counting the same day that you started at. When you get back around to 364, they add an extra day by counting
Right. Well, let me explain it this
first
way.
twice.
Okay, let me explain. Let's take away the Gregorian calendar for a minute, right? And let's just go with the Navy observatory observings of the sun, right?
Yep.
Or when you calculate when is the calculation of the sun that is equal day, equal night, right? Your calculation, it comes up to March. You have a different date, but if you ask anybody, it usually lands around the around March 20th. Some say March 20 of 17. There's a debate, and I think it's how you make the calculation, and maybe the vernal equinox is different in a different part of the world, right? But if you deal with Jerusalem and that part of the world, what I have seen is around March 20, March 17.
We're on the same hemisphere, so like it's going to be the same. They're just like 8 hours ahead or something like that.
Right. Now, I'm saying that to say this is that if you look at that calculation and they say, okay, every year, right, the sun rotates around the sun 365.25. That is the calculation that they have before. Remove the Gregorian calendar, remove the any calendar. If you're just looking at the sun and you look at where it goes into its chamber and outside the chamber and goes back and rotates, and that it gets weaker during the winter and it gets stronger during the summer, but in regards of the days and length of the days and nights, it gets equalized twice a year. It gets equalized on the springtime, and that's the spring equinox, and then you have the autumn equinox that is during the fall.
Yeah,
that twice a year
when the sun moves into the Virgo constellation.
What the scientists are saying, not the Gregorian calendar people, because that's like a different thing. Just astrology and people looking into the stars and looking to the moon, the sun, and how it rotates around the earth. It says that the sun, through the rotation or the equinox going to the equator, 365.25, and the 0.25 because according to them, they're observing this. This is removing the calendar, just observing the stars and the moons and the sun. They say that for some odd reason, they don't know why, every fourth year, the sun goes around goes around the earth 366. They call that a leap year in the Gregorian calendar. So when the Gregorian calendar is trying to stay within its season, it adjusts it because it wants to stay within the 4 seasons. If you keep a strict 464 calendar, remove the 365 Gregorian calendar. The Gregorian calendar doesn't exist. Let's remove it. Let's remove it out the way. Let's just follow the Gregorian calendar. Let's just follow the 364 model. We find the vernal equinox, what day it is, boom. We count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all the way to 364. What they're saying is that the sun is not coming around 364. Not whose day? The people that observe the Navy observatory, those that strategists, those who look at the sky to tell time, they say that the sun comes around in its course 365. So if you have a 364 strict calendar, whatever calculation you come up with, the equinox of the spring, you're going to come in a day too short, because the sun will not come around 364. They have examined that, and they say the sun comes around 365 outside of the Gregorian calendar. The Gregorian calendar, they kept the 365.25 to keep up with the cycle of the sun. So it's a reaction to what they see in the stars, not the other way around. That makes sense? So
I understand that the magic 320 date is what they always use, but I have not. I've only seen that happen once.
see what
Where you get even nighttime hours and daylight hours on that 320 date.
right, no, I'm not, whatever date you want to choose. What I'm saying is, if you just take away the calendars and you are only responsible for following the sun, right? And using observing the stars, observing the sun and how it moves in regards of days, how long this day is versus that day. And you see the day is getting longer during the summer, and the day is getting shorter during the fall, and then it gets real short during the winter, and it starts getting a little longer in the springtime. Before you know it, is longest in the summer, and it goes that cycle. That cycle, you don't need a calendar to follow if you know to tell time, because you could tell that the day is getting shorter in the fall and the day is getting longer. And if you could keep that calculation,
that's what I have marked on the calendar.
Right. What they're saying is, if you keep that calculation, it's 365.25. That makes sense. That's what they are observing outside of the Bible, outside of the Gregorian calendar, outside of anything. What they're saying, and this is what scientists are saying.
Yeah.
Now, if scientists are wrong, I'd like to hear them. Sometimes scientists have been wrong in the past, but this is the question that I have not able to answer biblically. The only answer I have is to give another mathematical equation to say, okay, we have to add a week every seventh year, or we got to create we have to do some attachments, some adjustments, because if we keep a strict 364 day calendar, we're going to go short, not from the Gregorian calendar. That's not important to me. From the already proven scientific perspective that if the sun goes around the earth 365.25 times every year. That's science. That's we could observe that. And the reason why I have to agree with that is because we have a model of an institution keeping a strict 364 model. I'm referring to GOCC, and we could see that now next year their New Year's is going to drift to February, and it's going to keep going and keep going and keep going. In 30 years, they're going to be keeping Passover in the winter because they're drifting off, keeping a strict 364 calendar.
Okay, but
what will be your answer to that?
If the sun is coming in at Pisces, bringing and making all the vegetation sprout on the same day every year, what does it matter what the Gregorian calendar is doing?
I'm not talking about the Gregorian calendar. I'm talking about the scientists have looked at the. Hold on, let me finish.
What does it matter what the scientists are saying if what Yah said is happening every year?
Well,
time?
Okay, but wait, hold on. If that sounds great, and you're right, I'd rather follow God rather than man. However, though, we cannot ignore a scientific equation that we could examine. In other words, if you keep a strict calendar of 364, if you count day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, if you do every year, the New Year's goes around 364. I mean, the 364 in the Enoch calendar, you're going to drift away. That's you don't have to blame the
You keep
Gregorian
saying drift
calendar,
away,
you
but
have to blame scientific observation of the stars and the moons and the sun, specifically the sun, that it goes around 365. Either they're wrong and there's a conspiracy, or like I said, GOCC is kind of like my strongest evidence that I've been part of that church, and I realized that they have kept a strict 364 calendar since the year 2013, and they are drifting off the month. If you start looking at the first calendar that they have in regards to comparison to the Gregorian calendar, the first day of the year was March 16th. The Passover was March 30th. Now is the Passover, what they believe was like March 15th. And the New Year was March 1st. They're drifting away, keeping a 364 strict calendar. That's what I'm trying to address here. That if someone's saying, let's remove the calendar, the Gregorian calendar, that's not what to blame. What is to blame and what we have to address is the scientific mathematical observation we could observe.
if you
That
remove the
we
Gregorian, then you're not drifting.
say again.
If you remove the Gregorian, then you're not drifting. Then you're not. You're just going to be going based off the sun, stars, and the moon.
Yeah, but if you take the Gregorian calendar and you take our day, let's say you remove a day, the Gregorian calendar is going to drift away as well, like the Enoch calendar. Because the reason why I have to challenge you on that is going back to, we as God's creature, God has given us a brain, and he has given us a way to observe the stars and the sun and the moon. And what they have realized that the calendar, the moon, the sun is drifting and going and circling the moon, the earth 365.25. Either they're wrong, right? And the only way to know that that is true, if you keep a strict 364 calendar, it should stay within the seasons, the 4 seasons.
Yes.
If you start drifting away, that's evidence that I'm right. That the Gregorian calendar, not the Gregorian calendar. I'm talking about the vernal equinox of the sun.
I have a record keeping. Is the sun comes back to Pisces every year at the same time. It does not fail.
So if it does, it goes up, but that must mean it goes around 365. If it goes around the same time every year, it goes around 365.25, because science has proven.
Science said they landed on the moon. It doesn't mean it's fact.
Yeah, but that's a weak argument, my friend. I want to tell you why. Because if we're not talking about the moon and landing on the moon. Yes, they do lie, but we have to prove. But we could prove they lie about the moon, because we could look at the videos, we could examine, we could challenge the fact that they haven't gone back there since the 60s, right? We have evidence on the landing on the moon to challenge that. So to go into an argument outside that has nothing to do with the subject matter, there should be then evidence to prove that the vernal equinox and the cycle of the sun goes around 364 every year and without drifting off. We should be able to prove that. And what I'm saying is right now,
focused on, if you paid studies on the luminaries doing these things.
Yeah, but I think we mentioned the point here. I think we mentioned the point.
It's
and this is a very easy, for me, I think it should be a very easy thing to prove this wrong or right. It's simple. Where's the vernal equinox? It lands on this day, right? Okay, if this day is the 17th or the 20th or the 12th, whatever day your calculation it is, if it's 364, right, 364, and the Gregorian calendar is keeping up with the 365.25 cycle of the sun. It's not the other way around. It's not that the Gregorian calendar is guiding the sun. The Gregorian calendar, the 365, And there's been a problem and a challenge that not only we had dealt with, the calendar of the 365.25. The Egyptians have held with this issues. The Babylonian has dealt with this issue. The Roman Catholic or the Catholics or the Rome was dealing with this issue. Everybody was dealing with this issue in regards of having a calendar that specifically is lining up with the season. And they realized that the best number for a calendar of days. How many days should a year have? Oh, according to the luminaries, to stay within the season, when you look at the sun and how it rotates around the earth, you should keep a calendar that is 365 every year and 366 every fourth year. Why every fourth year? Because for some odd reason, the sun rotates around the earth 366 every fourth year. That's been a scientific question since the beginning of time that I have read. Every ancient empire has addressed this issue and has tried to keep a 365 calendar to keep with the rotation of the sun. So unless you could prove to me that we've been lied to and there is wrong, or there's another scientific organization or people or persons that are challenging the 365.25 cycle of the sun, is not enough for us to just go and say, well, they lie about the moon, doesn't mean they lie about this. I'm not saying that's not something we should look into that, but that's not enough. We need hardcore evidence. And what I'm saying is GOCC is a good example because they are keeping a strict 364 calendar. And we could see that they are drifting off away from the seasons. I'm hoping I'm making sense here.
Yeah, the sun passes through those constellations, the 12 constellations, throughout the year, and ends right back up at the same Pisces constellation to start off spring, the new year. The moon is there to be a co-witness, and it does this. It's on a 3-year repeating cycle. It does the same thing every year. Has a set phase for each day of the year, depending on what year you're in. This is another tell that we're on the 364-day cycle. Like it doesn't matter what science says, the because we know when we go outside that when things are sprouting and it's gotten warmer and days are getting longer, we know it's spring, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what science is saying. What Enoch has said is facts. What the Zadok priests have said is facts.
Okay, let me ask you a question. How long you been following the calendar that you're following now?
A decade.
So 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. What is usually the
Thing
day?
happens every year.
Okay. What is the day of the year that is New Year's of the, not day of the week, but day of the month is associated with every year? Is it 12 and 13? Does it go back and forth 12 and 13, or how does it work?
What was that question again?
Meaning every year, since you've been doing this for 10 years, right? How often? What is the day of the New Year's? What is the like? In other words, would you have a day that this year the new year will land on a July, for instance? No, right?
No.
Okay. Would it be possible? So it usually lands on a March. Or all the time, right? For 10 years, there's never been a New Year's that did not land on a March. Would that be a fair assessment or no?
Yeah, that's how it's been.
Okay. So March is usually associated with the beginning of spring and the end of winter. Like we're still in winter, but we are slowly shifting into the spring, right? Would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah. Are we still not dealing with the Gregorian, or are we now including the Gregorian?
No, we're just using the word March because that's a time during the year that we associate with things are getting warmer and less cold. It's just nature teaching us and showing us, oh, the winter's about to end, right? And the summer's coming, right? I mean, the spring is coming. March is usually the time when we see that. Would that be a fair assessment?
Okay.
So you've been doing this for 10 years. March is usually the month that is you utilize, or you have it kind of lands on the Gregorian calendar. We're not following the Gregorian calendar, but it lands on the Gregorian calendar.
Mm-hmm.
And what day in March is usually associated? Is it, you mentioned the 12th, I think you went back, New Year's for you, or was it New Year's or Passover was the 12th?
That was the 364th day.
Yeah, but what day is New Year's this year?
It was the 12th at nighttime.
It was the 12th at nighttime. Okay. So, this is the 13th of March, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So, do you have a memory? What day of March, what day during the year does usually the calendar, the date of the New Year's lands? Is it a 12 and 13 and 11? Is those the three numbers that is usually, like, does it sometimes lands on the 20th or on the
week?
Say again?
I said, I don't worry about the date. I worry about the day of the week.
No, I'm talking about the day of the month.
Brother, you already talked about the shifting. Like,
No. This is what I'm saying. Have you ever had a New Year's that landed on March 13 on 1 year, and then you did the calculation and it landed March 13 the following year?
no,
No.
because they do it. You're putting a 364-day calendar on a 365-day calendar,
Right.
with the Gregorian.
No, let's remove the Gregorian for a minute. So, because I think the disconnect between you and I is that you probably are not giving the same weight of respect or appreciation or acknowledgement that the sun rotates around the earth 365.25 has been recorded as far as I can imagine. I say, are you challenging that must be wrong?
I haven't seen it. Because it ends up right back at the Pisces constellation to start the year, every year, 364.
Got you. Okay.
Hey guys, can I say something?
Yes, and I got Brother Logic. He's in. Brother, is this his brother? Brother Barry.
Dennis.
Who's his brother? Dennis. Let me see.
Yes.
Yeah, Brother Dennis. So what you got to add to this conversation?
Yeah, well, I've been listening for a while, and I've seen an argument that you have a 364 and a 365, and it's the same argument that we had earlier about the Passover and Christ's death. We're bringing two completely different topics into a story, trying to figure out which one is right and which one is wrong. In the book of Leviticus, Exodus, it tells you that the month of Abib, 14 days later, you kill the Passover, and the 15th day is the Passover, and then you have the Passover and the unleavened bread, which is the same. And that's what's the problem with the Passover and unleavened bread. The Passover is considered the evening to the morning. That evening to the morning is still considered the Feast of Unleavened Bread as well as the Passover. All the other days, they don't call it Passover. They call it the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Just the first day. The first 15th day is split in half, where that one day is called both the Passover and the unleavened bread on that first day. And so, but to bring that and to get into the death of Christ and to merge those two stories together is the same thing we have here. My problem I'm having is this. You have a rotation that we have equal days, equal nights, and the sun goes travel through the Mazeroth and come back to that same point every year. The only problem I'm having here is this: does the days changes every year, where it get longer, the journey of the sun got longer at certain time of the year? Because we can't change the rotation. The rotation will always come back to the same point, and that is spring. So my question is this: if the sun, if this rotation goes wrong and started at the same point, you can't shift your, if your number, if you count those days right, your days can't go back. It can't, because it will always come back to the central point, which is spring. The Gregorian calendar, because of the 65 days, it keep going forward. Like what the brother said earlier, that your birthday fall on Monday, next year it'll be a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and it come back to a Monday. So the Gregorian calendar is moving. That always moving, because it's at an equal number. But all we could do is this. It's a very simple thing. All we could do is count the days in the cycle. That's it. Because the cycle is a consecutive cycle. It will always goes and come. Count the days, and that's it.
Right. Okay. So, right. But what I'm saying is that if we keep a strict every year, whatever date we come to say, this is the first year of the first day of the year, whatever calculation we come with, if we keep a strict 364, we're going to shift into the seasons.
Only if the number is wrong. Because the season doesn't change. The numbers could change.
Well, what number are you referring to? The
What I say,
364?
okay, let's look at this first. We have two different issues here. We have how much days the cycle takes, but the cycle will always goes and come back at the same point, where we have equal days, equal nights, and then they begin the journey and come back to equal days, equal nights. That doesn't change. The conversation we have here is how many days does that cycle takes to come back to that central point?
Right. Does
Some
it take
brother says,
365 or
yeah,
364?
and
That's the
yeah,
question.
that's the question. So if you are wrong, if the 364 is wrong, you will shift back. If the 365 is wrong, you will go forward. Okay? So all we gotta do, brother, is count the days that cycle takes to come back to that central point.
Yeah,
And you
but
will get it.
that's what I'm trying to say. We have a system that we could rotate. We could see that with GOCC. GOCC has kept a strict, no deviation, no leap year, no leap days, no leap nothing, a 364-day calendar. They started in 2013. They have kept that strict calendar. And from my observation, they are drifting away from the season. And the way to show that is simply looking at what day this year they kept the Passover versus last year or the year before and vice versa. When you look at the calendar, they are drifting back to February. And then if science, because you can't laugh math, you can't 364, 300, that's not debatable. That's, numbers. You can't debate 2 + 2 = 4. It's just the way it is, right? And it's one of these things that's the question I think that is not getting to me. Maybe, my brain is not sophisticated enough to understand you guys, but I don't think that question is being addressed in a way that the layman could understand. Brother Duran Parks, I believe. I'm sorry if I got your name wrong. What you got to add to this conversation? And folks that want to come in, you will be in front of the line if you have a camera. Because it is hard for me to see who's here, who's not, if there's no camera. That would help me more if there's cameras, right? But Brother Durant, you had a statement. What you got to add to this conversation?
To your point, I'm hearing the argument, and Elder Gabar, I actually have a GOCC calendar in front of me. So to your point, their new year in 2026 will be on February 2026, February 28th, 2026.
Yes.
So to your point, as time keeps going on, I can see how by the time, let's just say another 5 or 6 years goes by, they'll be celebrating their new year and potentially Passover in February. And then on the Gregorian calendar side, I can see how why they have to make adjustments because the months aren't going to line up on the season. So
Right.
I hear what you're saying as far as your question is concerned. How do we adjust, even if we have to adjust to 364 to keep everything lined up as far as the months and the season are concerned? I do
Right.
understand the point of the months are the months, how they were named or whatever be the case. But eventually, if you're following this strict 364, you'll be off from the rest of the world, as far as how everything is lined up. But I do have that calendar in front of me, and I can see how if you follow that strict 364 without any adjustments, as you were bringing out the scientific fact of the 365.25, you will eventually drift off.
Right. Right. And what calendar do you follow? Do you have a remedy to this situation?
I
What's the
I I don't. I'm actually, the way I'm looking at things is let's say I lose track of time. Let's say I lose my calendar. Let's say all power goes out. How can we stay on time without having these physical things
right?
tangible in our hand? How can we calculate without
Yeah.
relying on something physically? That's
Yes.
what I'm thinking about. Let's say, whatever calendar I have, if I
Right.
lose that calendar today or tomorrow, how can I calculate going forward?
Right. Right. And that's the question that I want to have today in regards of like, and I don't think this question is going to be answered today, but I think this is a good starting point, and hopefully more Israelite brothers and Sabbath keeping and Passover and feast days brother come in and just I think there is strength and unification of a calendar,
Mhm.
and I think that's something that's been hindering us for a long time. I think GOCC is too kind of to blame for kind of waking up. This thing called ignorance is bliss, right? And I'm pretty sure some of you guys were following the Enoch calendar before even GOCC, so I'm pretty sure that's true too. But I think for what I've seen, they kind of had brung this out in the platform that now we even talking about it. That makes sense? And so forth, so on. So I appreciate you guys. I see other brothers and Brother Doran, I want you to still stay on, but I see, let's see here, Brother, I believe, Barry, also, I want to hear from you, and Brother, who is the other brother? Dennis, Brother Dennis. Brother Dennis, I think you was talking. You wanted to say something. I didn't want to break what you were saying.
Well,
And then Brother Barry, you can come in next.
well, the thing I'm saying here is like, look at the Gregorian calendar. The way how they create the calendar is a very clever way, because you have three systems going in three different timelines. You have the moon on one timeline, you have your month on one timeline, and you have your days on one timeline. And your days could go into a following year, okay? And so they are readjusting their structure. That's why I said the Gregorian calendar is a very complicated calendar. You can't keep no feast days. Your feast days is going to be all over the place. For example, this month, they could keep their Passover in March. In next 3 years, it's going to be in April. They have to readjust their Passover months. They have to, whenever there is the 13 new moon coming, a leap year, they have to readjust their Passover because you have 13 moon. And so
Uh,
it's a whole confusion. But the system that that Brother Barry gonna get into it, this system here is a cycle, unless our conch is wrong. But that cycle of going through the cycle of the sun and the moon come equal and go through the Mazeroth and come back equal, that can't be changed. The numbers now is the argument. Is the number that we are giving it as 364, is that number correct? Because it will always come back to that central point every year. That will never change.
right. And also the book of Enoch gave it. It wasn't we gave it. The book, the 364, is more like a number that is mentioned in the book of Enoch and the book of Jubilee. We cannot deviate, because if they didn't have the 364, if they just have, this is how you count time, when the start of the year is when the vernal equinox in the springtime, and then you start counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there's no 364. It could be, and then we could see scientifically how we could observe the stratosphere and say, oh, we noticed that the cycle of the sun and the portals mentioned in the book of Enoch goes around 365, and sometimes every fourth year goes on 366. We're like, okay, that's the year, 365 times 366. But because the book of Jubilee and the book of Enoch emphasize strongly and clearly that the year is complete 364, then we're stuck with that number. And when we start trying to fit that number into not the Gregorian calendar, but the cycle of the sun is coming in too short as well, right? So then that's the challenge there. How can we improvise? And I think Brother Kazak, I think he mentioned that he doesn't worry too much about the date of the calendar. Correct, right, Brother Kazak? You don't worry too much.
Oh no.
Do you keep a 364 strict, or you just focus on the vernal equinox when it starts, and then you just start counting from there, not focusing on 364? Well, did I heard you correctly? I don't want to misrepresent what you said.
Yes, the last 12 to 13 years that I have been doing it, there has been no drifting at all. But usually causes, I mean, what we also have to put into account too now is that the time of the day that is actually happening. The vernal equinox is not it doesn't last for 24 hours.
Okay, but do you keep a 364 strict calendar, or you just follow
Yeah.
So the question goes back and says, how can we keep a 364 without drifting?
Mine have not drifted.
So you have not drifted, keeping a strict.
I have not experienced no drifts. What seems to be in play here now was that what scientists are saying versus what the creator is saying. So it's going to be up to the individual. Which argument is he going to believe? Is he going to believe the 364 count, which is also associated with biblical Bible prophecy? The 365 and a quarter does not, I repeat, it does not deal with the book of Daniel, because the book of Daniel is utilizing a system. When you begin to talk about those four metals, it is referring to now a count that does not fit the count of a 365 and a quarter. It simply does not.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. How can you explain the fact that GOCC has kept a 364, whatever date they start of the week or they calculate, that doesn't matter. They have kept a 364, and they're drifting away from the season. Like this brother mentioned, he has a calendar. I think my wife has a calendar. And I think we have, and there's a sister that collects a calendar, right? I remember, and then you could see that keeping a 364 calendar, you drift away. You start drifting away. That's not what, at this point, it's not what the scientists are saying, is what we're observing. Because
Right.
what the scientists are saying is what they're being observing. And not only the scientists today, you have the scientists in yesteryears. You have had even the second book of Enoch, which some people don't recognize as being legit, mentioned the 365.25, and it talks about that day an angel did not come out, and it reads really confusing. So I wanted to go back to it, and I think the second book of Enoch, I think, was found, I think in the 4th century, 5th century. I don't know. So that's going back. So what I'm saying is that even back then they were talking about the 364. When was the second book of Enoch discovered? The second book of Enoch, also known as the Slavic Book of Enoch, was discovered in 1886. Okay. Where does it go back to? Right now, regardless whether some people say it may be a fake, but what have you, it is kind of concerning that there are. Let's just say somebody made it up, and it's a fake book. You can see that clearly someone knew about the 364 calendar. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find it here. Right. Where, because I think it's in the second chapter. Matter of fact, let me go ahead for you guys could see it. Let me put it here, share it for you guys. Okay, so this is the book of Enoch, the second book of Enoch, right? Like I said, it was discovered in the 18th century, and I believe in chapter 2, it goes into. Let's see here. And the 1,000 year. I know it's somewhere in the second chapter. Let me see if I can find it. Wow. Let me get it first, and then I'll put it in the screen because I don't want people to be. But what I'm saying, and this is that I have to.
And Elder, if I may say, just one thing. For those who may be trying to figure out why we keep bringing this up or why we having a topic about this, number one, I was in GOCC myself, and I was part of the Greenville body several years ago. And I remember one particular year when it came to the Day of Atonement. And the problem that we was having is that the day that was on, because we was like, well, last year was on this day. And then when we got in contact with a deacon and the officer and the chief officer, they were saying, no, it was on this day. So even amongst those who are following the GOCC calendar, a lot of them know that something ain't right because the days don't fall concurrently every year. So therefore, for those who don't have the patience, maybe this topic ain't for you. But if we want to get on track with the Most High God that we claim we love, then we got to show him that we're willing to do whatever it takes to get back to the truth. Because at the end of the day, if we would have never been disobedient in the first place, we wouldn't be going through this. So it was our fault that we lost everything, and doggone, we must be responsible and accountable to make sure we get back to those things.
And humble.
I'll drop it at that.
And humble about the situation. I found the place where the 365. So we're in chapter 1, right? I thought it was chapter 2, but chapter 1, right? And this is what they're saying. So let's start at verse 2 of chapter 1, Brother Ricky. And let me bring this a little bigger, a little bigger so you guys could see it. Okay. So go ahead.
All right. At that time, he said, when my 165th year was completed, I begat my son Methuselah. After this, too, I lived 200 years and completed all of the years of my life, 365 years.
Okay.
On the first day of the first month, I was in my house.
That's not it. That's not the one. This is the one I'm looking for. And the 300 and go, the brightness. Blah, blah, blah. No, that's not the one. No. Here we go. That's the one. This is actually no. This is my Greek numbers. I think that's a 10. Chapter 14, right? Would that be 14?
Correct.
Okay.
That's 14.
Yeah. Okay, so let's start at chapter 14. That's it.
Okay. They took Enoch to the west, and again those men led me away to the western parts, and showed me 6 great gates open corresponding to the eastern gates, opposite to where the sun sets, according to the number of days, 365 and a quarter.
And a quarter. Why did they change it in Enoch 2? And I'm not saying that Enoch 2 is legit. What I am saying is that somebody within Enoch 2 understood, and like I said, this, Enoch 2, or the book of Enoch, was discovered in, the 1800s. Somebody knew that the year goes around 365 5.25, right? Keep going.
Thus again, it goes down to the western gates and draws away its light, the greatest of its brightness, under the earth. For since the crown of its shining is in heaven with the Lord and guarded by 400 angels, while the sun goes round on wheel under the earth and stands even great hours in night and spends half of its course under the earth.
So this one is ascribing, let me see, they mention it again. Yeah, they mentioned this again. This is what chapter this is. This is chapter 16,
16,
right?
16.
Chapter 16, verse 3.
Verse 3. And it goes through the western gates in order and number of the eastern, and accomplishes the 365 and a quarter days of the solar year, while the lunar year has 354, and there are wanting to it 12 days of the solar circle, which are the lunar epochs of the
Right.
is it
The whole year, right? Thus
okay.
to the greater circle contains 500 and it goes into it like I said, when you go back to Enoch, right?
And also the word of God it says that they would think to change laws and times. So if it wasn't important for us to know, why would they think to change it?
Right. Let's read a summary of the second book of Enoch real quick.
The second book of Enoch, also known as Slavonic Enoch, tells the story of the patriarch Enoch's celestial ascent through 10 heavens. This apocalyptic pseudographon details Enoch's journey into the heavenly realms, his encounter with various divine beings, and his initiation into heavenly mysteries. The text also includes Enoch's instructions to his sons and an account of his life, culminating in his final ascension.
Right. So let me get more. Let me see. Let me go to the Wikipedia. What time is it dated? Manuscript. It said the second Enoch was. Let's read this right here. Second manuscript edition.
All right. Second Enoch has survived in more than 20 old Bulgarian manuscripts and fragments, dated from the 14th to the 18th centuries after death. These old Bulgarian materials did not circulate independently, but were included in collections that often rearranged, abbreviated, or expanded them. Typically, Jewish pseudographic texts in Slavic Miluks were transmitted as part of larger historiographical, moral, and literature codexes and compendiums where ideologically marginal and mainstream materials were mixed. Second Enoch exists in longer and shorter recensions. The first editors considered the longer version to be the original. Since 1921, Schmidt and many authors challenged this theory and considered the shorter recension to be more ancient. Valiant showed in 1952 that the additional parts found only in the longer version use more recent terms. Other scholars suggest that both of them preserve original material and posit the existence of 3 or even 4 recensions.
Okay, now let me see here. The date. Okay, it says date. Date ranging from the. Okay, so let's read this real quick.
All right. Dates ranging from the 1st century BCE to the 10th century CE have been proposed, with the late 1st century CE often preferred. The date of the text can be deduced solely on the basis of the internal evidence, since the book has survived only in the medieval manuscripts, even if a reference to Enoch to second Enoch could be found in origins on the first principles. Second Enoch's composition.
So Origin quoted from, it is believed there's clearly a great argument because we're talking about 1st century to 10th century. That's a 1,000-year gap. So there is a debate about this. But even if we go a 10th century CE, right? That's 1,000 years ago. So what I'm saying, there's 365.25 conversation was even being had in the book of the second book of Enoch. Regardless whether there is a forgery or not, or whether there's been corrupted or not, we don't know. Scholars are arguing about it, right? What I'm trying to say is that take away the Gregorian calendar, we still have this problem that the 364 strict calculation and not deviating is going to drift you off from the season, not the Gregorian calendar. I don't care about the Gregorian calendar right now. I'm talking about the season. And I think, like I spoke to Elder Ricard years ago about this subject, I said, well, if we keeping Passover in March, right? If we keeping Passover in March, excuse me, we keeping Passover in February, 30 years from now, maybe we need to have a conversation. And then he said, okay, well, we'll have a conversation then, right? What I'm seeing objectively with my limited mind is that we are drifting off. So there needs to be an addressing on the 364 strict calendar. And all I'm urging you, and I hear myself, all I'm urging you brothers that are saying, no, we're not drifting off, just count. I see some brothers that have been doing this for 10 years. Some brothers have been doing this longer. Count every year. Whatever way you calculate, you're going to count that if you do the 364 streak on changing, no leap year, no leap week, nothing, you're going to be start drifting off from the season. You're going to be like, oh, I was in last year, it was March 12. This year it's March 11. Then March, and then when you have the leap year, it's gonna branch off. I see, brothers, Barry, you shaking your head. Let me hear what you got to say to this conversation, and then after that, brother Barry, I want brother Logic to come in. Go ahead, brother Barry.
Thank you so much, Elder, for having me back on again. And I agree with what Brother Rick said, that this is something that is very important for us to be able to sit down and discuss, not debate, but discuss. I heard so many good questions that you asked, Elder, about, and the reason why I'm shaking my head about it will not drift. There is no drift. The first thing we cannot do is mingle. We can't mingle a Gregorian calendar, a Roman calendar, with the Creator's calendar. And the Creator calendar was given from the beginning, before mankind was even created. It was given to us. So we have to go back to that formula and find out what is it. I keep a strict 364-day calendar. I don't keep it, brother, because Enoch told me to keep it. I don't keep it because the Bible tells me to keep it. I keep it because I'm observing it in the sky. I could tell you exactly what I see. This is not something that I read in a book. The book is just confirming it. The first thing that I would like to say is this. What controls the seasons? Weather does not dictate season. I want to say that again. The weather do not dictate a season. Just because it's hot doesn't mean it's summer. Just because it's snowing doesn't mean it's winter. What dictate the season, as we see in the book of Job 38, it tells us, can you bring forth the Mazeroth, not the zodiac, the Mazeroth in their seasons? I want us to be very clear in that. Job 38. If brother, if you want to pull it up, you can. I think it's around verses 8 or 9. Well, he says, can you bring forth the Mazeroth in their seasons? There's 12 Mazeroth. What you guys call is zodiac, but it's not the zodiac. The zodiac is something that hijacked the Mazeroth. So we have 12 Mazeroth. And if you are not telling time, elder, by the Mazeroth, the sun, and the moon, your calendar is going to be off. Now, I heard the brother said that you were questioning earlier, and he said it like 14 or 15 times, that the beginning of spring is the zodiac Pisces. That is erroneous. That is not correct. This is something that I have observed with my eyes for many, many, many years, more than 10. The first month of the year is what we call Naphtali. The sons of Jacob was named after the Mazeroth. Listen to me carefully, guys. The Mazeroth was already there. They were named after the Mazeroth. The first one to come in the year is Naphtali. So when I see Naphtali ruling the sky, brothers, I know that's the beginning of the year. I don't care if it's snowing. I don't care if it's raining, if it's hailing, or tornadoes are there. When Naphtali rules the sky, that's the beginning of the year. Now, Elder, let me say why we will not have a drift. This is the reason why you will never have a drift. The end of every year must be a seventh day of the week in order for you to have the first day of the year, which is the first day of the season, which is the first day of the week, which is the first day of the month. That's the original 1111 that everybody is seeing. The end of every year must be a seventh day of the week in order for you to have day one. So in Exodus chapter 12, when he gave us a reset and he said, this shall be the beginning of months for you. It's the first day of the year to you. That's a reset. That means the day before that had to be a seventh day of the week, which is a Shabbat. And the next day starts the new week, the new day, the new season, the new year, the new month. And the reason why we don't have that today in our concept that science can't tell you is because we have omitted the Mazeroth. If you put back those 12 Mazeroth back in, and the sun travels to each one of them 1 degree per day, you will come up with exactly 364 days, and you will never shift. You will never miss, but you cannot blend it with the Gregorian calendar. This is one of the things I learned when in law enforcement, being law enforcement my whole life. They never, ever, ever taught us to look at a counterfeit $100 bill. They taught us the real thing. And then when we saw the counterfeit, we could spot it. We've been studying all these different calendars that's the counterfeit. Let's study the real thing by doing the sun, the Mazeroth, and the moon. And if you're not using all three, I guarantee you, your timekeeping is going to be off.
Okay. So, Brother Barry, let me ask you a question. So, how long you been keeping the calendar you're keeping now?
It's about 16 years, sir.
16, okay. And what year, and you keeping a 364 strict calendar, or do you deviate? Is there a leap year in your calendar? Is there an adjustment?
No, it's a 364-day calendar.
Okay. So this year, what day of the week in the Gregorian calendar would be, which is a 365 calendar, will be the date that will be considered New Year's in your estimation?
I'll be quite honest with you, Elder, and please don't take this the wrong way. I do not even keep up with the Roman calendar to know what day it was. I could tell you this much. Today is the 4th day of the week. It's the 9th day of the 2nd month, which is Yishakar. I'm in the 2nd month, the 9th day of the month, and it's the 4th day of the week. I do not. Please, I don't try to figure out when is March and when is April and the Roman calendar.
Right.
I don't keep nothing that they keep. I don't keep their weeks. I don't keep their months. I don't keep their days, and I don't keep their years. Okay. So I don't need to learn it.
Do you have a calendar? Do you have a number dedicated to a month in your calculation of keeping time? Do you have months? And
yes,
how
sir.
long are they? How long
A
are they?
month is 30 days long, because the month is regulated by the Mazeroth. The
Okay.
Mazeroth are only there for 30 days, then another one comes in,
Okay.
just like Enoch said.
So you right now you're saying you are in the second month.
Yes, sir. The 9th day of the second month.
Okay. It's the 9th day of the second month. So if you're talking about the ninth day of the second month, we are in 9 days into the second month. So 10 days ago was the last day of the first month.
Um, Today is the 9th day. Yes, 10 days ago would have been the last day of
First month.
the first month. Yes.
Right. So if just to using the calculation, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 10 will be the last day of the first month, according to your calculation. From my observation of the Gregorian calendar, will land on April 2nd. Is the last day of the first month. Then you count 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Oh, no, 30. So 30 will be, 31, 31, 30. Okay.
30 would
Yeah,
be
yeah.
the beginning
30.
of the month.
So I went to 31. So I went to 32. So 30 will land on the March 4th will be New Year's.
Mhm.
Would that be a fair
And
assessment?
if that's what you calculated with the Gregorian calendar, brother, then I have to take your word for it. I'm
Okay,
just going to tell you how I know the New Year started.
got you.
If,
Now,
if
would it be a fair assessment 2 weeks after that would be the Passover? If my
no, no, sir.
calculation,
No, sir.
no?
According to the calendar that I keep, and please, I want to say this with all due respect with everybody in the conference, because I know that you guys keep the Jewish holidays and stuff like that. I don't keep any of those.
Got you.
Zero.
So you don't keep, but if you would have been keeping the Passover, if you
I
would be
do
in
keep
Jerusalem,
Passover, sir.
you do
I
keep it.
keep I
Okay,
keep 4 Passover a year. 4 Passovers per year.
you keep 4 Passovers, not one.
Yes. Let
Interesting.
me tell you
Okay,
why.
okay,
The word Passover, when you look at the word Pesach, it literally means to skip or an intermission.
okay.
It doesn't have nothing to do with the killing of a lamb. So therefore, at the end of the year, at 363, that's the end of the 12th month. It's not the end of the year yet. No, we come to 364. 364 is the day that is what we call in the book of Jubilees, and in the book of Jubilees they call it the day of remembrance. In another place they call it the intercalary day. That is a day that is not in any month. And you have that 4 times a year when you are passing over from one season to the next.
Okay. So you keep your Passovers are
Or
seasonal changes.
crossing over from season to season.
Gotcha. But do you keep the Passover feast on 40th of Nisan? Is that something you do or no?
No, that's a Jewish feast. I don't do that, sir.
Got you. Got you. Okay.
And that doesn't have
Uh,
nothing to do with the Creator's calendar, because the Creator's calendar was long before there was a Jewish Passover feast. Long before that.
okay. 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 Let me ask you one last question. I want to also bring others in. How do you just simply count the 364 and then like how will you know next year? Are you keeping 30, 30, 31, 30, 30, 31, and you just keeping it that way? Or how are you keeping it? That makes sense? How are you coming to your
Yes.
calculation? You just counting 364 and you start
Not only counting but observing. It's not just calculation, but it's observing also. Let me explain what you just asked me, Elder. Um, at the end of the 12th month, and that 12th month is called Zebulun. Okay. On the end of the 12th month, which is the 30th day, there is a day in between spring and winter. That is the intercalary day, Passover day.
Okay.
You are passing
Okay.
over from one season to the next. Now, let me tell you what happens. And I love the way the book of Enoch puts this. It says at the end of the 12th month, the next day, which is a seventh day of the week, the end of the year must be a seventh day of the week. Must, in order to have day one the next day. It says the Mazeroth. The brother was reading it. I think Brother Rick was reading it just now from second Enoch. But in First Enoch, it give you in First Enoch chapter 72, chapter 74, it gives you a better synopsis. It says that the Mazeroth lives in the ninth heaven. That's where they are. They all abide in the ninth heaven. And at
Okay.
the beginning of every month, one comes down to the fourth heaven so that the sons of men can see them. And they will let you know what month you're in, according to what Mazeroth you see in the sky. And at the end of 30 days, it goes back to the heavens and another
Okay.
one comes down. So let's just go with observation, Elder. And I want to use it like this. The first month, you see Naphtali, it comes down and it stays there for 30 days. Then at the end of 30 days, it goes away. I see this. This is the reason why I live in Belize, so I could see this better. And then at the end of 30 days, Yeshikar comes down. And after 30 days, he goes away. And at the end of 30 days, Shimeon comes down and it stays there for 30 days. Listen to this. And at the end of that 30 day, which is 90 days, it's a three months for the season. Listen to this good. He says, no Mazeroth come down the next night because that is the great Sabbath. That's how you know when your Sabbath day is, and you could continue counting from there. No Mazeroth is in the sky. And then the next day, a new season start, and you see Yosef comes down. So this is
Okay.
something that I've seen with my eyes.
Right. But let me ask
This
you a
is not
question.
something that
But how?
a book
But
told me.
I hear you. But even though, because it's going back to the 364, if you keep a strict 164, according to how do you know that if you're not counting it strictly? If you're
I'm
just
counting
observing,
and observing, brother.
so you are counting.
Yes.
And you go back. I'm going to go back to the statement you said earlier that just because it's snow doesn't mean it's winter. Just because it's hot doesn't mean it's summer. That you're not subject to your environment regardless of the season. So, and you said you've been doing this for 16 years, correct?
Yes, sir. No, but can
Um,
you remember what I just said also? I asked in the beginning, what dictates a season? And the book of Job 38 tells us that the Mazeroth is what dictate the season. Say, can you bring them forth in their seasons? So there's 3 for spring, 3 for summer, 3 for fall, and 3 for winter. When you see
yes.
those Mazeroth in the sky, you know what season you're in.
But would it be fair for somebody to challenge that statement you just said that there's 4, one for winter, one for summer, one for fall, and so for someone, if you're saying just because it's snowing doesn't mean it's winter, that's kind of like would challenge your statement because if we because my argument is if we keep a strict 364 calendar, we're going to drip off the season. And you're saying that's not necessarily true because the seasons do not determine the seasons?
No, the seasons
No?
does not dictate weather. The seasons are dictated. Let me say this. Let me say this again, brother. When I see Naphtali, Yishakar, and Shimeon, I know we're in spring. When I see
Regardless,
Yosef, Yehuda, and Asher, I know I'm in summer.
okay, let me ask you a
So the
question. Because you've been doing this for 16 years. Is there any time you have seen a season that's supposed to say this is summer, or it's snowing outside? Have you ever experienced that?
Actually,
Or
sir, I've been looking at the news here from Belize, and I saw where the Gregorians started their New Year, and then like 3 weeks later, you guys had a bad snowstorm there in Arkansas and different places. So, but you said the New Year started according to the Gregorian calendar. We started
No,
it a month and a half
no,
before that.
no. I didn't say that the New Year started with the Gregorian calendar. What I'm saying is that the Gregorian calendar keeps a 365/325 calendar year. And the reason why they have done that is because they have noticed that the sun goes in and out is vortex 365.25, not 364, according to science. If science is wrong, we should observe it. We should see that. We should be able to see that if we keep a strict 364 calendar, we stay in the season, we're not deviating off the season. And for me, at what I have observed thus far, and GOTC is the best example because they keep a strict 364. They no longer look for the stars. They already looked for the stars. In 2013, they discovered that the vernal equinox that year landed on March 16th. Okay, that's Saturday. Then they started counting 364, 364, 364, 364, 364, 364 for 13 straight years. And now what we're seeing is that when the days are landing on a 365.25 model calendar, which we have been in the 365 model Gregorian calendar for over 1,000 years now. And there's never been a time that we are drifting off the season, meaning there's never been a time that in summer it's snowing. You get what I'm saying? It's like it's kind of accurate and is keeping in line with the season.
Okay, but I got to ask this question again, Elder. When you say the seasons? I'm asking you, what is it that dictate the seasons?
A season from the beginning of time, science. I think even the Bible talks about that the winter is cold and the summer is hot, right? Even the Book of Jubilee mentions that in the land that was given to Shem, it is neither hot or cold. That is it acknowledged the winter were cold and the summer were heat, right?
So then what do we do with Job 38 that says the Mazeroth is the one that controls the seasons?
That has to do with
the Mazeroth in regards of and did you have that chapter and verse where we could read it together? Because I know you said chapter 30.
Chapter 38. 38. I think it's around verses 10 or 11, I think. If you read it, I'll be able to remember it and tell you exactly how far down to go.
All right. So we in Job 38, you said around 10.
What does it say in 10, sir?
Brother Rick, if you don't mind, you can restart verse 7.
All right. Job 38:7. When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Or who shut up the seas with doors when they break forth, as if it had issued out of the womb. When I made the cloud the garment thereof, and the thick darkness swaddle bang for it.
Now, let me ask you, I'm sorry, Brother Ricky. Are we getting closer? Do you remember where exactly you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go down, I think, about 2 or 3 verses.
Okay, let's start at verse 12, Brother Ricky.
Job 38:12. Hast thou commanded the morning since thy days, and caused the day spring to know his place, that I might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it? It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. And from the wicked their light is withholden, and the high arm shall be broken. Hast thou entered into the spring of the sea? Or hast thou walked in the search of the depth? Have the gates of the death been opened unto thee?
Okay, Brother Ricky, can you hold on this 1 second, brother, please? I'm pulling it up now so that you don't have to read all that.
It's 38,
And
32.
38,
38,
32?
32?
Okay. Yeah, let's
I'm
go there.
sorry it was that far down. Yes, you're exactly right. Can you start from verses 30?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Job 38 and 30. The waters are hid as with a stone, and the face of the deep is frozen. Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion? Canst thou bring forth the Mazeroth in his season, or canst thou guide Arcturus with his sons?
So 32 is the optive verse. I said, can you bring forth the Maseroth in his seasons? They
That
only
comes.
come out. You will never see Naphtali in winter. You will never see Zebulun in summer. They always in their seasons. They control the seasons.
Right. So you're saying that Nefertali, what time does he come out every year, according to your estimation?
Naphtali is seen at the beginning of every year, which is spring.
Okay. So, but isn't that aligning together? Like if Nefertali comes out every year during the spring, then that means that the spring and the season or the Maseroth season are aligning together. Like would there
Yes.
be right? So it still goes back to my question that if you're saying that the seasons don't determine the seasons or the spring is a Maseroth, but the Maseroth always come out in the spring, and you could observe that the spring and like because what is the spring? It's like the month of
Brother,
Abib,
what
right?
what I said is this. I said the weather doesn't dictate the season. That's what I said. The Maserat
Right,
is how
but
we know what season you're in.
yeah, but in the same talking, we never have observed the Maseroth of Nefertali or another person. Like if Nefertali is supposed to be in the springtime, we never seen because the weather can. There's sometimes that it snows in the springtime. It's supposed to be spring, but it's still
You're
snowing.
exactly right. You're
Yeah,
exactly right, sir.
right,
Yes.
right. But the way I kind of look at it is that you see the snow at the beginning at the spring, but never at the end. You never see snow at the end of spring, the beginning of summer. You could
Do you
probably
know a
see a
brother?
little snow.
I
You
think
get
the
what I'm
brother that
saying?
was on just now, he asked the question, and I think that you also asked the question after him, and he asked a very good question. He said, "Listen, if I didn't have any of these calendars, and I woke up somewhere and I didn't know where I was, I
Mm-hmm.
think it's the brother in the middle, the brother with the maroon shirt on,
Yep.
and he
Yep.
said, how would I know what month I'm in, what year I'm in, what day I'm in?" And this is what I'm telling you. If I am in any part of this world and I wake up and I see Joseph in the sky, I know I'm in the fourth month of that region that I'm in. I know
Okay.
that.
Right.
How would a person like this? Just a quick question, according to the Word of God. When Adam fell, when he fell, the Word of God said, because when back in the day, Adam every morning was able to look up in the heavenly skies and see the 24 ministering angels singing to the Most High. And after they bit into the fruit, that vision was taken away from them. So my question is today, and even the Word of God said that vision was taken away from them, therefore it was taken away from us. How is it that today you are the only one that can go to Belize and see the heavenly bodies to dictate the seasons? How the rest of us supposed to know? Because you said you moved to Belize to do this. The rest of us ain't moving to Belize. So how are we supposed to calculate that?
Okay, I'm glad you asked that question, brother. And that's a very fair question, Brother Rick. Brother Kassad could confirm this. I just didn't see this in Belize. I actually, I've been teaching this in Atlanta before I came to Belize. A long time before I came to Belize, I've been teaching this. And this is something that I showed people in Atlanta. The skies there is the same skies that we have here. I have a brother from Grenada who came to Atlanta. I befriended him. He's a Seventh-day Adventist. We start talking about the calendar. And one thing about the calendar that I love, don't let me tell you what to see. Let's go outside and I'll show it to you. And you said, if I don't see that, then that's Brother Rick, that's exactly right. It's not what I see. I had a brother that came here to Belize, and this is what he did. I took him upstairs because I have upstairs where it's you could observe the stars. You could turn out the lights and you could see the heavens very clear. And I told him, I said, Ricardo, look, you could see the constellation of what you guys call Libra, but it's Levi. I said, look at it. I could show you right there. He said, yes, I see it, brother. Then guess what he did, Brother Rick? He took out his phone and he started to point it around the sky and said, and there's Pisces, and there is this one, and there's Capricorn. And I told him, I said, hold on, wait, where's Pisces at again? He said, right there. That's what the phone says. I said, but we can't see nothing. There's nothing there. So your smartphone is telling you that you could see all 12 Mazeroth in one night. That's not true. That's why the book of Enoch says that it comes down from the ninth heaven to the fourth heaven and it stays there for 30 days. So that Brother Rick, myself, Kasat, everybody, if we just go outside and see it, it's there. And how would I know what month I'm in? According to the Mazeroth. Now, Brother Rick, you brought up such a good question. So I want to say this. In South America, right now in Belize, we're in spring. In North America, where you guys are, you're in spring. But in South America, guess what they're seeing? They're in fall. They're seeing a totally different Mazeroth. Because that's the way the Creator made it. Where wherever you are, it's just like in if it's daytime here, it might be nighttime in Jerusalem. So you can't say, oh brother, well, we're gonna keep time by Jerusalem. No, we can't do that. Because when they have night, we have day. It's wherever you are that the Creator gave you this thing that you could look up and you could see. It's not something that Barry made up. And I saw this only in Belize and I moved here. No, Brother Rick, I moved here because Belize is actually one of the best places in Central America that you could see the Mazeroth. I saw it in Atlanta long before I saw it in Belize.
And Brother Barry, I want to ask you this question, and I do believe that you're seeing what you're seeing. However, have you ever been in a situation that you have look at the Mazeroth and New Year's, right? Look at the Mazeroth New Year's. It's today, whatever that day may be, and you count day 1, day 2, day 3, then you do 30, month 1. Then day 1, 2, 3, day month 2, and you have calculated, like, you ever see those movies, people in jail when they're crossing a day every day how long they've been there, kind of situation. They're not even looking at any calendar. They're not looking at any. They're just doing their own calendar on their own. Have you ever done that? Have you ever done that experience? Few years, and the Mazeroth has come out exactly the same day that's supposed to, the 364.
Every year at the same day, it does not miss.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, brother.
And let me show you something real quick, brother. Hold on.
Yeah.
I want to show you something. Not only do I go outside every day and I observe this every night, every day and every night I observe it. But look, I want you to see this. The first thing I do in the morning. Oh, why can't I get this thing to show? Let me see. Hold on. I don't know if you brothers could see this or not.
Yeah, we can see it in your couch. Yeah, it's 09. Yep, we can see it.
Mm-hmm. That calendar, the first thing I do every morning when I get up is go and flip that calendar. Because not only am I observing with my eyes, but I'm doing this every day. If somebody come in my house and they come in here and they see Yishakar 9, but it's Issachar 15, that means Barry is somewhere in the back dead.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
because I'm observing and I'm calculating. And I can't say I got that by myself. Brother Kassad is the one that actually taught me that saying. You got to observe and calculate.
Got you. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate for your input on this matter, brother Logic. You want to come in, and then brother brother Dion, you come right next. Brother Logic, what you got to add to this conversation?
Yes, sir. First off, can you hear me? Because I haven't used this mic in a long time. Can you
Yep,
hear
loud
me
and
like
clear.
normal?
Yep.
All right. One moment, sorry. All right. So to add to what Brother Ricky read earlier, I do have both. There was two things in the second book of Enoch. I think he called recensions. I have both recensions here. So, and I do even teach that the sun moves at a 365-day cycle, like it says in the second book of Enoch, or what we have here in the secrets of Enoch uh, with Hebrew. All right. So the sun does move, and why do I say that confidently, and why I believe that is because, like Gabar said earlier, we can also observe it. The sun has a 364-day cycle, just like in that same second book of Enoch, the moon has a 354-day cycle. The brother that's not on screen anymore, he said earlier, it seems that each thing has a thing to do. That's the portion that people are missing. They all have a thing. So, for example, three people, say myself, Brother Gabar, Brother Ricky, and I say, Gabar, you're going to clap 2 times. You're the moon. You clap 2 times. Brother Ricky, he's going to clap 3 times. I'll clap 4 times. I'm the sun. Brother Ricky's our assignment as the Israelites or the people of the Bible. The Most High assigned us to operate on a 364. People get confused and they say, well, why is the sun 365 and the moon 354? Because both of those are witnesses. So if you get knocked over the head and you wake up and you don't know where you're at, I don't need a computer to track the time. Then I can look at the moon and say, okay, I got knocked out 2 days ago. Oh, it's about to be a full moon. I got knocked out 5 days ago. Okay, because a lot of people, they'll ask that question. Now, how do you get your new year? Easy. You go when the sun cycles around, or when that year comes around, you can then go out and verify it. Through sunsets and sunrises. All right, is way simpler than people what people make it. I also wanted to add to the because I keep the scriptures right here because the one brother, I don't know who it was, but they had mentioned the gospel of Nicodemus and Joseph of Arimathea. So when you take the gospel of Nicodemus and pair it with Joseph of Arimathea, where it literally tells you that Yehoshua gave up the ghost on Friday, that answers that question. But here's the key feature, and Elder Gabar probably can pull it up at some time, what have you. When you read through the entirety of Joseph of Arimathea, it gives you the timeline. You then take that back to the New Testament, and then through 2 or more witnesses, we let the matter be established, and then people can come to their own conclusions. But it does say, matter of fact, I have it right here because I don't want to keep the people in suspense. I'll just go jump straight to the point, but it hits different when you read, because there's only Joseph Arimathea it's about maybe 3 pages, and I know the brother, the word, he's in the chat, so that's going to be on page 164, brother. And I'll just jump down to it. It says, it says, so we're in chapter, Roman numerals, I think chapter 3, verse, like around the end of verse 4. So this is Joseph of Arimathea. And I'll just pick it up. It says, and when this was said, Jesus gave up the ghost on Friday at the 9th hour. And there was darkness over all the land and a great earthquake, so that the sanctuary fell and the pinnacle of the temple. Now, this is the same book that, I use for the Gospel of Nicodemus as well. They actually line up. So that will help people kind of have that timeline. The key is when you read, because Joseph Arimathea is a very, very short read. You can read it like in 7 minutes, 8 minutes. Once you read through, it's going to lay out the entire the timeline for you. All right. But yes, Enoch does expressly tell you the sun is 365 because that's its assignment. Why? Because that sun, and I would have to share my screen, but I pulled up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I pulled up 6 years of the sun moving through a particular week, and it only moves through that week. I don't care where you're at on the planet, and that's no disrespecting, but I'm just saying it only moves through a particular week, and then it cycles back again, and it moves through that week on a 365 schedule to help us know when to reset the year of release. So, like my friend, the one who originally, from what I've seen, originally presented the calendar, Kohen, Jediah Malek, he teaches this. Like it's called the year release, and we also see that in the King James Bible. But we also see in the Secrets of Enoch, or some choose to call it Second Enoch, the 365 as well. All right, but it literally, if I can share the screen real quick, Brother Ricky, I want to show uh just those 6 years of the sun moving. So no matter where people call their new year, they would have to simply, like me and the brother the word was talking, and we were having conversations. Like it would be good to have it where we could have a discussion, like an open panel, where people come up, say, "Hey, my name is like myself, brother Tom. I started my new year on this date." And then Brother Ricky, he could pull up the timeanddate.com, and then they'll say, and the question would come from Elder Gabar. Gabar will say, um, okay, state what you think the equinox is. That's another problem. Elder Ricard taught this years ago, that the equinox that people use the March 20th, that's incorrect. I taught this when I put my video out in 2023, the challenge for everybody to go outside in 2024, because I knew I had to put it out a year early because I knew that this happened, that the equinox is not March 20th. The word equinox does not appear in the original text of Enoch. The correct term is equilux. Equilux, and we can Google it right on the spot. Equilux simply means even parts night, even parts day. We look at even parts night, even parts day. We then go and see, because all the brothers on here, including myself, you have to ask yourself, if a new brother or sister came in and they didn't know you guys, and even though you had ministry to get in contact with you, and they picked up this book of Enoch, how would they come to the same conclusion you have? And they're earnestly seeking the Most High, just like we all are. So we have to be reasonable, and we have to be humble about that, and understand that we have to say, okay, well, wait a minute. If somebody picked up this book, how would they know what I know? How would they see what I see? If they picked up this book and they saw even parts night, even parts day, there's only 7 days that occurs on March, like say 17th, maybe the 18th, 17th, 16th, 15th, 14th, because the sun cycles through. It cycles through, but we're not going to talk about it. I want to show you in real time. Let me click this real quick. You gotta give me a second. I ain't done this in a long time, so I guess it's a share screen. All right. And so you'll see yourself for a moment, and then I'm gonna pull up these calendars. Give me one moment here. Okay, got it. So I'm gonna pull up the first one, and I'm gonna click share. Okay, so I can't see you, but whenever Brother Ricky pushes the share button, you should see something that says March 2025. Can anyone see that?
Let me hold on. Let me do that now because I'm trying to add your. Okay, here we go.
All right. So keep in mind, everyone, it's like I'm talking through a trash can and two Sprite cans at the same time. So I'm using a very, very old busted Chromebook. Can everyone see where it says March 2025?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. So in March 2025, let's go to even parts night, even parts day. Right now, that's going to be, I'll find that, approximately on the 16th. Why? Because the year release was last year. We'll get there in a second. Now, we're going to show 2024. So anybody understand when new people come up to you and they say, hey, what was the new year? We have to show them that sunset and sunrise per Enoch chapter 72, verse 32. So in 2024, let's see what we have. This was the year release. Why? Because that day, Saturday, is always the last day of the year, making first day the first day of the year. And the year release also occurs on the same way. Now, this is, I'm sorry about that. Sorry guys, I'm using the Chromebook. March 2024. Now, if it's easier for you guys, I can start and then move my way up. So I can start at 2021.
Now, let me ask you a question, Brother Logic. What day is New Year's in the calendar that you're showing us?
For this year?
Yeah, this is this year's calendar?
Yeah, this is this year's calendar I just put up. Can you see that?
I can see that. What day of the year is, what day
March,
in this calendar is the first day of the year?
It was March 16th, according to the Enoch calendar. And if
Okay,
anybody has a different
okay.
date, we can pull their sunsets and sunrises up. I've been tracking the sunsets and sunrises, basically, and I can't see you guys. I don't know if you can even see me because my screen is sharing. But what happened to me? I came into the truth, and then there was Truth Unveil, Kohen, Jediah Malek, and GOCC, and they were all teaching about the Enoch calendar, but there were some differences. So I said, okay, well, hey, I'm gonna follow this GOCC calendar. But then what happened one day, their calendar lined up with Pastor Dow's calendar, and I said, okay, this must be the truth because they're lining up. Later that same year, Pastor Dow had a different date for a Day of Atonement than GOCC. And I said, oh no, we're not playing games with the Most High no more. And therefore, I took it upon myself to start going outside. Now, one moment here. Let me go back to the calendar so everybody can see. In the year 2020, all right. So, I'm sorry, year 2020. Let's see where it was at. Now keep in mind, we're still looking. I know you can't see my cursor. Sorry, guys, it's a Chromebook, but we're still looking within this same week, and we're going to find
okay, are we in a different calendar? Because we've seen the same calendar. There's nothing has switched. Changed.
I'm sorry. It should be 2020 on your screen. You can't see that?
I don't. No, it's the same. Wait. Something just switched. Okay, this is 2025.
Yeah, let me close out this. That's my help. There we go. And then we're gonna go back here.
What was your calculation last year, 2024?
For 2024, it was the year release. So in 2024, I'll just pull that up for everybody so they can see it. I'm sorry, 2024 is right there. So 2024, the year release.
We cannot see it. We're still seeing GA 25.
All right, sorry. I'm sharing my screen wrong then. So sorry about that. Give me one moment. I'll share it. I want to make it so everybody can just see it in real time. And I thought I did. Let's click this. Stop screen. And then I'm going to hit. If somebody knows how to do it, if not, I'll just try it again. I'll just put up the 2024.
Why don't you send me the link in the private, and then I can put it up.
I found it.
Okay. Okay, you got it?
Yeah, I found it. It's share screen. Now everybody should be able to see my screen. Once you allow it to share. Yeah, there we go. All right, here we go. 2025, 2024. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to walk you all the way 2020. So everybody get their answer for each individual year. This sun is going to walk, and then it's going to reset. It's going to walk, it's going to reset. That's all it does. 365.25. That's why Enoch put it in there, because it is true also. It has a different assignment. I tell you to show up at 5. I tell somebody else to show up at 5:05. That's all it is. But we are supposed to show up when the Most High said 364. That does not negate the sun from keeping this assignment, because if we all pass away, the new generations have to be able, based on Genesis, to look up in the sky, use that sun, use that moon, and the book of Enoch to come to the same conclusions without us.
So okay,
so 2020.
Well,
I'm sorry.
This is 2020. What year is new? What date in 2020 according to your calculation, is New Year's.
So in 2020, New Year's would have been on the 15th. And the sun at this point had already made a 2-year progression to the 17th as the even parts night, even parts day. As you can see right here, 658, 658. And anybody can feel free to also check me live on the air and like Google them so they can see it also as a secondary witness. Now, the next year, it will be New Year's would have been on the 14th. But
So
I'm going
you're
to show you
saying in 2020, year
in 2020,
2020,
right. And then I'm
that
going to show you,
year,
yes,
that
sir.
year, the equal days, equal nights landed on March 17.
Approximately March 16th, as you can
I
see
mean,
right
March
here.
16, excuse me, March 16.
Yes, sir.
Now, but you celebrated that year
On the 15th.
on the 15th, the New Year's,
Right.
because it's drifting off.
Well, because it's 364, and you do the 364, and then you have your year release once the sun cycles all the way back to Saturn. And I'm going to show you that in real time. So right here,
Right. So what you do every 6 years, the end of 6 years, you add a week to go back to
correct.
the. Okay. Okay.
Correct.
So
Because like say for example, if a new person came in at the end of time at the end of this time, so let's just hop over here to March 2024. This is 2024. If a new person picked up this book of Enoch and had never heard of us, and they said, okay, well, Enoch says even parts night, even parts day. Well, in 2024, March 16th was the year of release, just as shown in the calendar that I presented on your show last year. The year of release, making
okay.
the 17th. You see, making the
So
17th
you have
the
a
first
leap.
day of
You
the
have
year.
a leap year. You have a leap year that you once you start, I guess, drifting off away from that week, you reset and add a week. So every leap year is 364 plus 7 days, whatever that number is, right? It's because if you're
Yes,
adding
yeah,
a
yeah.
week,
You can say it like that. Yes, sir.
okay. So you
And
can
can
say,
I want
okay,
to I want to show everybody this real quick so they can see it though. This is 2020. It's right here. Now it's going to move over. Watch. 2021. The sun cycles through 365. Now this year, oh, look at this. It's moved over to Tuesday, Wednesday. This is 2021. Now, and I got to go slow because it's a Chromebook. Sorry, everybody. I'm kind of cheap, I guess. So March 2022, the year 2020, it has now cycled over to Thursday. This is around the time that brothers who follow the Wednesday, they'll come out and see this is the equinox, and then they'll stick to this. Then it continues to cycle. March 2023. March 2023. Sorry about that. It's cycled over. It's prepping. It's getting ready for that year release, which comes next. March 2023. It has now cycled over to Friday. Anyone coming into the truth, they would either they will technically only be off that 1 year or what have you. But if they came into the truth and we taught brothers and sisters, even parts night, even parts day, if they looked it up for themselves, and I can do this anywhere around the world, no matter your location. If they look it up for themselves, this is what they're going to see, and that's why they come back with the questions, and then the elders get frustrated with us because we're simply saying, well, hey, we believe what you're saying. You're teaching us Enoch chapter 72 verse 32, even nights part and day. But if we ask a question, we get our heads chopped off for asking the question. And so then, I'm sorry, I want everybody to make sure before I go to 2024. Remember, Friday 17th, it has now cycled from over here 2020. Now we're in 3 years later. It's all the way over here. Watch this. We're going to go to 2024. This is why all these parts work together. 2024, it has now cycled perfectly. Even parts night, even parts day, ending not only ending a year on a Sabbath, ending a Sabbath cycle on a Sabbath.
but let me ask you a question. Are you then,
Yes, sir.
is that the year that you add the week?
Right. So right, because here, whenever you have even parts night, even parts day on Saturday, making your first day, the 17th, right here. Here's the example. I put this out 2 years ago, but here's the example. The 17th was the new year in 2024. And so, and then when you go back to 2025, the following year, you start the back process. It's going to be on the 16th, 364 days away from March 17th is March 16th. 364 days from March 16th is March 15th. 364 days from March 15th is March 14th. It cycles through, and the sun tracks with this perfectly. And
Okay.
that's why the sun skips that one day to make sure the sun shows up on time, but it's given a little bit of extra speed, that 0.25 of a day, because it has to cycle perfectly, or people will miss it. And so when people come into the truth, 2025. So remember, we did year release last year, and a lot of people did year release last year. Some people call it Jubilee year, all these things. I just call it year release because that's what the King James calls it. But now we're on the cycle again. My new year this year, because it falls back one day for that about 6 years, and it cycles through. So now the sun, as you see right here, I don't know, matter of fact, sorry, March 2025. And for everyone who's looking, I know I'm talking fast, but I'm using the Chromebook, so I'm sorry, brothers and sisters. But here is the 6th and 17th. And feel free to look these dates up. I'm sorry, these sunrises up also on different instruments. But here you can see the sun now, the even parts night, even parts day is starting to move. And guess what? We can even do it for what is going to be next year. Now, the key thing that I like to share with brothers and sisters is on my YouTube channel. I have 2 5-minute videos. After I put out the video the year before in 2023, and I told everybody we got to go outside, like the brother in Belize said, and you got to look up for yourself. You have to observe things for yourself. I put out. I'm sorry. Let me turn off the screen. Sorry about that. I'm
That's
sorry,
okay.
man. I ain't done this in a while. So when you go outside and you observe it, so on it, maybe on another broadcast or whatever, it's just 2 5-minute videos. I literally got in my car, took the tripod down there. I had to get somebody else's phone, and anybody in California, people don't their phones. I had to get somebody's phone. They had to loan me their phone. I drove down to the beach, recorded it the last day of the year, coming into the last day of the year, that Friday, because you don't have that as evidence, the brothers and sisters will be like, well, how do we know? Yeah, the sun went down on the day you said it went, but how do we know what it did the day before? So I drove down there both days. That's on my YouTube channel. I recorded the year of release because it only occurs once every 6 to 7 years. And if brothers and sisters missed it, we're going to do this dance for the next 6 to 7 years. And it's very painful because the brother, the older gentleman, the one that's in Belize, he had it. We got to go outside and look. And that's all I was trying to tell people in 2023. Go outside and look. Anybody can say, hey, I feel the equinox is March 20th. Well, we know National Geographic did an article on that in 2012. That's in my 2023 video, stating that's emphatically wrong. We know Enoch says even parts night, even parts day. That's called an equilux, not an equinox. Equilux, and it'll pop right up on the Google.
Well, equinox is just the Latin word of saying that. It's the same word. It's just Latinized. That's all. It's just not. It's the same word. It's just one word is pronounced a different way. It means the same thing, but it's just a different interpretation. It's just equinox is the Latinized word of equinox. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. But hold on, brother. Logic, brother Barry, you had or brother Duran, you had a question. Go ahead.
Now, I was just trying to simplify what the brother was saying. So what I'm hearing is you're saying this year of release is equivalent to what they call leap year, correct? Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, you could call it.
Yeah,
We call it the year of release because I just call it that because
yeah,
it says
yeah.
it's
But if
14.
you want to equate it to what they use a modern day term, because we all living in Babylon, it's
Right.
essentially
They
almost
they
like a
use they
leap
use
year.
the term leap year, but they do leap year every 4 years. So that's why I'm very specific, just using the biblical terms on it. But yeah,
Right.
you could say it's like that, but it's not every four
It's
years
like
because
that.
people.
So our
Yeah.
air quote, our leap year, air quote, will be the year of release every 6 years instead of every four. Okay.
Yeah,
The reason why I'm
it's six
asking
to
that is
seven years.
because reason why I'm asking is because the average layman's person, let's just be realistic, they're not going to
Hmm.
go outside and observe the sun and the moon and the star. They're not going to do that. They should be able to simplify, like I said, have a system that they can follow no matter where they are You know, even some days for myself, I work all day. By the time I'm coming home, it might be dark outside, or
Mhm.
in a light polluted area that I'm in. The stars aren't always the same, and then you have the factors of you got the satellites, you got this, you got that. So, to your point, I had ran following the lesson that GOCC did back in 2013. It's so funny we're on this topic. I ran it for this year, 2025, and it does say that equal parts night and equal parts day does land on the 16th. It's like a minute off. And I
Okay,
just ran it again up into 2030. It's still showing the 16th as equal
that's correct.
parts night, equals parts day.
That's correct.
Um, that's just what I was using to a couple weeks when Passover first start, just to see what is the true New Year. So it sounds like what I'm hearing. Correct me if I'm wrong. That theoretically speaking, the New Year is the 16th of every year.
No,
Correct?
no, no.
No. Okay.
No. One, this year, even parts night, even parts day, just as
Equals
you
part
just
day.
stated,
Mm.
landed on the 16th.
Landed
And
on
if
16th.
somebody new came in, they would
Mm-hmm.
then perceive Monday to be New Year.
Mm-hmm.
So how you do it to make it super simple? Because like you said, people ain't gonna run home and go down and look at the sun and all those things. That's why it's only done, once that sun gets close to cycling through the weekend, like it just did last year when everybody missed a year release, or some people call it Jubilee year, what have you.
Mm-hmm.
Once that sun cycles through, then it's 364, 364, 364, period. Because all statements must be harmonized and made true. Enoch said 364, Jubilee says 364. How do we make that true? We keep that true all the way through until it's time for the year release. And then we start that 364 over again. There is never a point in time. I was talking to my brother, the Word. If and I'm not taking shots at the other ministry because they have great information. Nothing against them, but based on that premise of their calendar continually falling back, my mom is alive today. She's 83 years old. So under that logic, if they just had New Year's, say March 2nd, okay, but what was it 83 years ago? New Year's would have been sometime in like July or something. Because if it's falling back one year every day, you see what I'm saying? So we have to
Oh,
be
one day
mindful of
every
that.
year.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, one day every year, right?
Yeah.
So sorry, his phone's going off. Asking Google's listening to me, I guess. But hopefully that makes some sense. But that sun cycle, anytime somebody comes on screen, I would just ask them, say, "Hey, do you do Enoch? Oh, yes. Hey, what do you think the New Year is? And what do you think the equilux is, or even parts not even part day, according to 70 Enoch 7232, and then just put it on the screen. You'll never see even parts not even parts day, March 2nd. You'll never see it.
Okay.
You won't
Uh,
see it anytime outside that, no more than 7 to 8 days of that particular sun cycle week. It's going to always cycle through from to just be specific. It's always going to cycle through, say from March 11th through March 17th. The sun will all your New Year dates. You can run a history. You can run a what they call that, like a or a the AI. You can back check me. You can go and say, hey, 1984, 1992, 1954. It'll never happen because it's never happened. Because God, the sun, it don't miss. There's a whole thing in the book of Enoch about the stars that miss their appointed times. And the sun is held in high regard as a luminary because he can't miss. He don't miss. That's in the book of Enoch also. He don't miss. He don't miss that 365.25. And that 365.25, before we had Google, satellites, and all these things in the sky, that 365.25, based on the research Brother Ricky and Elder Gabar pulled up, was when we dug out this book, the second book of Enoch, that was at least, paper back in the 1800s. So
yeah.
we have to be very very mindful of that.
Yeah.
And the brother that I know, he probably has it even older than that. 'Cause like I said, his copy has everything in the Hebrew, including the second book of Enoch. So
Right. Brother Barry, you had a question. I think, Brother Dennis, I think you want to maybe make a statement or ask a question. Brother Darrell, you had a question or you had a statement? You want to continue or you want to move on? or you have
No,
something else.
we can move on, Elder. I just was following the brother as he was going along, just try to simplify for not only myself but the listeners and what he was saying.
Yeah,
Me personally, I get lost in all the details. Just pumping straight to me. This,
yeah,
this day it cycles through every week. It's a air quote, a leap year as we would use a modern day term. Biblically speaking, it's the year release, and that's how we essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, don't drift off with the 364 because
right.
as you were bringing out,
Right.
Elder Gabar, when we follow this 364 as it is now, we do drift off. But it sounds like what the brother is saying is that when you don't add this air quote leap year in there, you will drift off, and this is how you stay on because it resets.
Yeah, it
Yeah, you're
resets
released.
itself, and that's the only and and I haven't read a scripture that says that specifically.
Mhm.
Every 7th year or every 6th year, add a week to but that's the best that I have seen. If you're going to keep a strict 364 calendar cycle, but I think the other brother, I believe Brother Barry, he mentions that he is keeping, you know, the 364 every year, and he's not drifting off. I would love to see how is that possible, because for my calculation, I'm seeing we are drifting off, keeping a non-leap year every year, even the year Jubilee is 364. There's no alteration in regards of the time, the date, 364. I believe we do dropped off, and that's what I've been seeing so far. Brother Dennis, you had a question or a statement?
Yeah. The problem I'm having is this. You said the brother GOCC used the 364 and he was drifting off. That's is very strange, because if he believes that the equal days, equal nights is the spring, is the beginning of the year, he would have seen it in the next year or two. He would have seen that it was moving backwards, and knows the brothers who use the moon, only 12 moon per year, 12 moon per year. When you have a leap year, their Passover changes. One brother was only go by 12 months, 12 new moon, 12 new moon, and his Passover began to fall back every 3 or 4 years, a month back, and he had to correct it. But if you were going by the equal days, equal nights, you would have caught that in the second year, that your year finished before that time came. So I'm surprised that the brother that GOCC is still continue on with his 364, and his Passover is so far backwards. So what day was his Passover this year?
Who?
Yeah,
GOCC?
yeah. What day was his Passover this year?
This year, the New Year's was March 1st, and Passover was March 15th.
So he's not moving backwards. I mean,
Yeah,
no,
they're
he's not
moving
moving back.
backwards. Yeah, they're moving backwards because
But
they're not adjusting like Brother Logic is adjusting. That he adjusts a week every 6 year or so
but
to not drift off. Because if you
yeah.
don't do that, you're gonna drift off.
Well, the thing
Real
probably.
quick, I was just gonna say
Great brother.
real.
Hold on, brother.
One
Logic.
minute.
Brother. Dennis, and then Brother Logic will come in right behind him.
Yeah. But the thing is this: that the same thing we having is that the problem we're having with the 365, you have to readjust. And if you have the problem we have, if we have a single 1 year cycle, looking at 1 year cycle, okay, and we says now, if it's 365, you have 54. You said we have 54, 52 weeks in a year.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be 52 weeks no more. It would be 52 point something days per year. So it wouldn't be 52. So your next week is starting into you wouldn't be the first day no more. In the following year, you will have first month, first week, first month, first day of the month, but you will be in the second day of the week, and the next year you're going to be in the third day of the week. So
Yes.
it's like I said, your cycle going to be changing. No, you're doing the same thing that the Gregorian calendar is doing, where you have your month on one cycle, your week on one cycle, and your days is one cycle. because the 365 will always going to throw you off. If the 364 is correct, it makes a lot more sense, because if you calculate the first time, it will always be on that exact day every time.
And that's what we finding that that's not the case. That the
Okay.
sun goes around and goes back to its equal day, equal night, not 364. It goes back around 365.
But the thing is, says this. One more point, and then the brother can have it. When you look at the way how the Bible calculate time, it calculate time as 30, 30, 30. And so if we calculate 30, 30, 30, and then we have that time, it's like 364. 360 is what they use, 360.
Right, 360
And then,
is a
and then we add that what Barry was talking about, the intercalary days, which is the changing of the season, which make a lot of sense, because the moon do the same thing. The moon go through the cycle, then it come back to a dark state and rest for about 3 days, and then the crescent come back and start over. It's like a resting period. The moon does the same thing. So if we're going with the 360, where do we get the 365? We see this 364, that it is the intercalary days that make up that extra 4 days.
Right. The reason why, so to answer your question in regards to why it was 364, where did the 365 came from? The 365 came from not the Gregorian calendar. The 365 came from that the equal day, equal nights comes around every year 365 days later, not 364. We could observe that. So either the book of Enoch got it wrong, or there is a writings that we have not discovered to answer that question. There could be something that connected to, in the book of Joshua, chapter 10, that the earth stood still. Matter of fact, in the book of Joshua, when it says, is this not written in the book of Joshua? My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, that war, it cannot be found in the book of Joshua that we have today. Is that true? When the book of Joshua is mentioning, is this not written in the book of Joshua, that the book of Joshua that we have today cannot find that war or that conflict or what that statement is? That what my understanding from my research. However, so there are things missing in regards of explanation. Either we throw out the book of Enoch altogether, the book of Jubilee, the 364 is wrong, they got it wrong, so we can't trust that. Or we keep it with the understanding something is missing, biblically speaking. And if something is missing, then this is our biggest problem as Blacks and Latinos men in America and in the West. We do not have a Sanhedrin that we respect to settle these issues, like the Jewish counterpart, right? Because I spoke to a rabbi and he told me, the calendar is lost. That's why we need a Sanhedrin to codify these issues. There's certain things that the Jewish community cannot come to a consensus. They give it to the Sanhedrin. We, Israelites of color, we do not have that. And that is detrimental to our survival and our unity. And we don't have that. So the problem that we have is that we're going to be arguing about the calendar. And the reason why we argue about the calendar is because it is not 100% clear. You have to kind of look for clues, suggestions. You know the moon, the stars, and the sun is involved, but you don't know how exactly. You get what I'm saying? It is lost. So I think we need a Sanhedrin in our community. And the question, how can we find that? How can we find I don't know, we can, but we do need it. And how can we get closer to some form of uniformity in regards of these calendar? I don't know the answer to that. But I think conversing, having these conversations, I learned a lot today in regards of other people's point of view. Today, I didn't want to get into what I think is the calendar. I wanted to know from the people, right? And I learned things today, and there's a lot more I need to learn, and a lot more I need to research, and so forth, so on. It's almost you have to be like an expert in astrology just to kind of figure this thing out, and and it's one of those things. So I appreciate these conversations. We may have to have a part two. Maybe we have to, maybe those that are believe that they have found a calendar that is correct. Maybe we could give them the floor. Maybe we could bring it down to like maybe a half hour. Each person gets to the bullet points. Boom, 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 boom. I think this would be good for a good exercise for Blacks and Latino men to kind of come to a conversation that they disagreed and still be civilized and cordial and maybe not agree, but I think sometimes when we come together, we want to all bring our point. We need skills in staying focused in describing and localizing our statement without going around the universe. That makes sense? Like, I think I need to get better on that because I get distracted too, right? When I'm trying to explain something and I think that's a skill that we have to learn as Black men, Hispanic men, and especially when we're dealing with this word, to explain and articulate our point in a bullet point thing, boom, 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 then the layman could understand. But these are complicated issues and so forth, so on, right? And I think maybe we could maybe do a part two and educate ourselves, train ourselves how to articulate ourselves in a public forum. Because I think communication and speaking your thoughts, what is in your heart, what is in your mind, from a place, speaking your thought or educating your people or a people that don't know anything about the subject matter, and then at the end of that conversation they understand it much better. That's what teachers do all the time, every day, right? When you're teaching in high school, in college, a first day on a subject, your students are not going to know anything about it. You have to educate it. You have to express your teaching in a way that they can understand it. That is itself is a skill. And I think this process, this exercise, I think is going to help all of us. So maybe we could do that next week, right? I know, Brother Logic, you have your calculation. You have the other brother. I think Brother Dennis, did you bring our calendar? Will you also bring one out? Did you have? I think you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm pretty new to it. I'm just learning and listening to brothers and hear what brothers are saying. I'm pretty new to it though. I don't have a calendar.
Okay. Brother Darren, do you have a calendar that you have put together, or you're still searching?
I'm still searching, Elder Gabar. Like I said, my point was agreeing with you that something has to be examined because you will drift off. So I'm seconding that opinion because I can see it myself.
Okay. And I know there was another brother with a calendar. Maybe we could.
Barry has a calendar.
And Barry has a calendar too, right? Yeah. Brother Barry, I know you're there.
My question, one question, guys. Yeah. My question is this: we have a problem. We have the heavens we could look at, and we have a computer that we could go and log in, and they're going to tell us. The scientists are going to tell us this is when this falls on, and so that's where the problem is coming in as well. You can go. There's a Mazeroth out there where the sun goes, and you can see it, and it goes 30, and come back to zero. And then we go on a computer, and the computer said, well, the spring will come on this day. It could be not going according to the heavens. So we need to look at both parties, what the computers are saying, what the scientists are saying, and what the heaven is saying, and see if they are working, they're coming up with the same timeline. Yeah.
Yeah, they're matching up. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
If I can jump in real quick. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention, because I don't want, the brothers, over at, a different ministry come by and they see this and they think that something negative is being said about, Elder Ricard, what have you. I must say that during their Passover, if you go back and watch the tape, he was standing on stage and he said, I've been thinking that it's a possibility that the calendar is tied to a Jubilee year. That he just said that 2 weeks ago. Oh, I'm sorry, 4 weeks ago. So he did say that. So I don't want to sit here and act like, oh, he's aware,
That's good.
and it,
That's good.
yeah, that's good. And so within
Yeah.
his own time, or if he wants to speak or what have you, within his own time, he may be able to see it. But now, and I understand people have a different perspective where it seems like, so to us that, and I know there's different groups, people that do this way, this way, this way. So I'm going to be respectful to all groups. To those of us that follow the year release, we don't look at it as if it's lost. You know what I'm saying? So to us, we feel like, okay, they're saying nobody knows. We look at the sun being 365 as evidence, because if that sun goes, as the brother just said, every year 365, even parts night, even parts day, in 365, like I just showed on screen, then if a new person comes in this year, next year, and the year after that, they're going to come in on that 7-year cycle. And I'll be right here, most high willing, I'll be right here waiting to tell people it's cycle. So the sun is actually, we don't look at it. I'm just speaking for those of us on that side of things with the year release, Kingdom Preppers, Kohen, Jedi Malek, myself, I believe Kohen Amit also does it. So we don't, and this is not a shot, we don't have that issue in that sense. We actually, when we see 365, 364, and 354, it's no confusion to us. The moon guys that follow the moon camps, whoever, they look up and say, yeah, okay, today is here, today is here, today is here. It works just as it is written. It's just that when we see two different numbers on the page, it's us that are trying to make the separation. So it has to be us to say, okay, wait a minute. These are not in opposition to each other. They work together. Why? Because if I didn't have this computer on my phone or nothing, as that cycle happens, we would be able to see the reset. And then people say, well, what happens? How are you going to see the reset? What about, well, easy. The reason the people in the scriptures, that, like the brother had mentioned, the 360, Noah, all Moses, they all knew about in the calendarinary days. I can't say the word. It's also written in the book of Enoch that these are not reckoned in the seasons, or I'm sorry, normally reckoned in the count. So this is not, they didn't know. They knew 360 plus in the calendarinary days, but they also knew that Enoch told them that sun moves at 365. Because if you do 365, then that's not 364. But if you do 364, 364, you're still keeping in line with the scriptures. And then as new people come in, eventually, once that sun cycles back over to, some people call Saturday, I call Sabbath. Once it cycles back in, they can jump in too. Or jump in now and say, okay, hey, I'm new to this thing. Okay, it's right here. So that means if they don't, and I know most people aren't going to know about the year release. I get it. But it's like literally, and I've been on Gabar's show before. I've held it to the camera. It's right there in the King James Bible in the Torah. And so that's where the frustration comes in. But don't um cause conflict amongst brothers and sisters over the calendar. It's actually a confirmation. It's actually letting you know I have to move a little bit faster because I got to cycle around. Because if I move at the same pace as you, every year is just going to be 364 for us and 364 for the sun. And then next thing you know, you're going to be having Passover with Santa Claus. And I don't believe in Santa Claus, but I'm just saying,
Well, you drifted off. Are you drifting off? Absolutely.
yeah, because the time,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Because the most
yeah. But
high,
what I'm saying is because there is not a place directly that says this is how you fix this problem, Israelites, right? We are in a position that we have to guess. We have to kind of look for clues, look for suggestions, and maybe and come up with some. And I like your calendar, brother. In regards of, the Enoch calendar, there needs to be an adjustment. There has to be an adjustment. In the same way, there has to be an adjustment with the lunar calendar. The lunar calendar, they got to add, a 13-month every fourth year when there's the leap year, because the moon drifted off a little further than usual. And what happened is, and the lunar calendar start their point of counting the first sliver of the moon after the vernal equinox. That's why it says is a solar lunar calendar. It's a mixture of both. So they still acknowledge the Enoch, the equinox of the sun, but then they start looking at the moon after the fact. So the lunar calendars and the Enoch calendar component folks, they both agree that the first mark of the new year is the vernal equinox. They just calculated different afterwards, which is okay, fine. So at least we could start there. The question is how we calculate everything else, and you know, I don't know. I thought about this. Even when I was calculating men going God's way, how to start it, how to navigate it, and maybe okay, let's pick the top 2 calendars, and they just maybe certain brothers will follow this calendar, other brother. I just came up with different ideas and so forth, because I think there's going to be certain brothers that are going to be extremely strong on their calendar, and I think I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I perceive that the Enoch calendar is a minority view within the Israelite community. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Right?
And that was one of the issues that I talked with the brother of the word about, because I saw the broadcast you guys did about the putting together a Sanhedrin. So when you bring in, let everyone, X amount of people have a seat at the table. Understand, if we're doing it on a majority vote rules, that the Enoch calendar, because all the One West camps, for example, have already, even though they may have their own little individual doctrines, they are unified in one thing. They don't mess with Jubilees and Enoch. So understand that when we're talking about putting that together, would it be like a situation where we have like the Enoch, people that follow the Enoch calendar Sanhedrin, and then the brothers that follow the Moon calendar Sanhedrin? The reason for that is because, like, even with some of the moon doctrines, you got people out there who will say, hey, when the Most High created the moon, he didn't put the great light in the sky at darkness. He put the great light in the sky in fullness. This is why I don't even deal with following the moon calendar. That's because it's incorrect according to Jubilees anyway. But some people say, oh no, it starts with the sliver. Some people say it starts with conjunction. Some people will say it starts when the moon is full, and some people will say it starts when it's empty. Wait, there's more. Then after they do that, then you, out of those 4 categories, it breaks down into people who believe in the 7-day Sabbath, like a lot of us or most of us here. Then you have the people who believe in the rotating Sabbath, and they got 4 different versions: conjunction, sliver, no moon, full moon, rotating Sabbath, conjunction, full moon, no moon, full moon, 7-day Sabbath. So they have literally 8 different versions. Now, don't get me
Right.
wrong, I can't argue those versions with those brothers. That's more so their expertise, because they choose to, follow the moon. If I have
Right.
to follow the moon, I'm going to do it according to what it says over in the book of Enoch, and just follow along. Say I got knocked over the head, wake up 2 days later. Okay, I know 2 days ago the moon was right here. Okay, so, oh man, I must have been out for 2 days. That's how I would do it if I lost technology or without a computer. I can handle that. But I'm saying for brothers and sisters that may not know, understand when they go down that path of dealing with the brothers that, or choosing to follow the lunar calendar, understand what comes with it. Understand that the writings tell us it comes in 10 days too soon. Well, 10 plus 354 takes you right back to 364. So even when people didn't have, say they got hit over the head and didn't have the sun, or out for a couple days, they know, okay, hey, the moon's getting ready to come in. This is the season, like the brother in Belize said. I don't know the brother's name,
Brother
but
Barry.
he can look. Yeah, he can look up, see the constellations, and then with that moon, add the 10 days to it. Boom, it's the same 364. 364 and 364. Those are equal numbers, and it puts you right back on track. Because I
Right.
know a lot of people for years have asked that question. Well, what happens if the computers go out and stuff like that? And it's like, yeah, man, just look at the moon and follow along.
Yeah.
Keep your count, and you can just ask somebody, hey, how many days I was out or something like that too. But that's all
Right.
I had.
Elder, may I ask a question?
Yeah, Brother Barry, I saw you coming back in. What you got to add to this conversation?
I just want to ask a question to the room and to see what kind of response I'm going to get. Can you guys tell me if the Creator gave this calendar and we have the sun, we have the moon, and we have the Mazeroth? What is their roles? What is their, according to what you guys understand, what is their roles? What is the role of the sun? What's the purpose of it? The purpose of the moon and the purpose of the Mazeroth? I would like to hear that.
Well, from my understanding, it all depends what you're reading, right? Because when you read the book of Genesis, it says, I created the sun, the moon, and the stars for time and season, right? The book of Jubilee, chapter 2, it says, I created the great light, the sun, for time, season, Sabbath, Jubilee, years, right? It exclude the lunar moon at all, right? It said don't follow it, you go off. So it all depends what you're reading, right? In the book of Genesis, and also if you go into the book of the Apocrypha, I believe Sirach, I can't remember the chapter. It says that the Most High created the moon for time, season, and for the feast, and the month got her name because of her. I think I'm paraphrasing, right? So when you combine all these writings, right, and some people accept the book of the Bible and the book of the Apocrypha, but don't accept the book of Jubilee and Enoch. Some people that accept the book of Enoch may question the book of Jasher. The book of the Apocrypha. So what I would say, the Bible's not 100% clear for me. I could be wrong. I want somebody else to tell me. Maybe I missed something. The Bible kind of gives you an idea that the sun, stars, and moon are involved, but it doesn't. Depending what you're reading, it will highlight one thing versus the other. I hope you understand my question or my answer. Excuse me.
Real
Brother
quick,
Barry.
I just wanted to touch on that because a lot of brothers will, that use the lunar, they will come and I've seen it where they'll hit brothers who follow the Enoch calendar, which I personally believe is the correct calendar based on Jubilees, the scripture you read out of chapter 2. They'll hit them with that scripture over in Sirach saying, by the moon is a sign of feast. Okay, they'll hit you with it. But when they hit you with it, you have to let them know Moses, Abraham, Isaac all knew that moon came in 10 days too soon. Why? Because the same people that will hit you with that, like the camps, they will literally tell you to your face that, yeah, the moon is 354. So if you add 10 to it, 10 plus 354 is still 364 because they'll try to hit you
Well,
with that.
yeah.
And
Well,
brothers will be confused.
I remember having this conversation with brother Marta. Marta was a brother from One West that I kept relationship with. He is now studying with Ariyah, brother Ariyah. Ishaya. Ishaya, that's the brother that was in Paul. He was with Sarnetta years ago. I don't know if you guys remember him. He was one of my teachers, my closest teacher in One West, because he used to do the Friday night class, and I learned a lot from him. And Montar was telling me that the days of the year are not found in the Bible. They don't recognize the book of Jubilee or Enoch, so for the record. So they only recognize the Bible and the Apocrypha. And he's telling me that the argument about the moon coming in too short or too soon, there is no calculation with a month. Like, there's nowhere in the Bible, according to his understanding, because he's only reading the Bible and the book of the Apocrypha, not the Jubilee and Enoch. He doesn't recognize the 364, 365, 340. He doesn't recognize that because he doesn't recognize those books. So he's not subject by, the moon, it comes 360. He said no, and he understands that the moon you have to add a leap year every fourth year, a month every fourth year, or every third year because you're getting coming too short. So he understood that history and so forth, so on. So I think the 364, 365, we, the Enoch readers, are the only one that are even acknowledging those, that the year has that days, because you can't find that in the Bible. Brother Dennis, you want to say something? You have your hand up.
Yeah. The problem as well, because I'm from One West. I grew up. I came in One West in 1990. I came under Aria, Marsha, all those guys. I do them personally. I'm from New York, but I live in Georgia now.
Okay.
The problem we have with the King James version is, and I see it more now that I've been in the Bible for a long time, is that they would take a common word like sin and use it three different ways, and it literally means three different things. It depends on how
Yeah.
the word is used. And so the word moon, I see the pattern in the King James version. They would use the word moon, and I think the word moon mean month. But the Hebrew word for moon and the Hebrew word for month is two completely different words. Okay? And so brothers who don't study the Hebrew would have a problem with that because they actually see the word moon. Okay? And sometimes they translate the word moon for month. And these are two different words.
And that's the reason why, Dennis. That's the reason why I asked the elder that question. What are these luminaries for? And you are exactly right. Can you imagine that we are reading these books like the Book of Jubilees? We read the Book of Enoch. We read all these apocryphal books, but 400 years from now, we have these children of Brother Rick that said. Enoch said this, and Jubilee said that, and Yashar said such. But my great, 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 great grandfather observed this thing with his own eyes, and he wrote it down, and he passed it on to us. Can you imagine?
Hmm.
And now we are learning it because our great, 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 great grandfather, Rick, wrote it down and told us these books are correct because I see it.
Yeah.
Now, the brother talked about the moon coming in 10 days too early. And it's exactly right what Jubilee 6 says. He says, and those that keep their months by the moon. The months by the moon is not for months. So if we are using the moon for months, we're already off. The month, we know that the word for month is Kadash, and the word for moon is Yarak. Totally different words.
Mm-hmm.
So we cannot use those luminaries for that. But check this out, guys. I just want to say this, brother. Thanks, Elder, again for giving me the opportunity. And I want y'all to think about this. The moon is very important. The sun is very important. And the Mazeroth is very important. None of them is higher than the other. They were all given their assignments by the Creator. Therefore, when we look at the moon, I want you to think about this. And this is something I've observed for the last 14 years. The moon that you see at the end of every year at 364, because I believe in the 364, I've seen it. At the end of the year, I want to give you something. Let's say that end of 364, that moon is a full moon. 91 days later, that same moon is going to be there. 91 days later, that same moon is going to be there to remind you what year you are in. The next year, it's not going to be full. It's going to be 3/4. And that moon is going to be there every 91 days to remind you what day you're in. But this is what we were not taught, guys. This is what we did not learn. We look at the moon and we see the first sliver. Then we see a quarter moon, a half moon, a 3/4, and then so forth. But guess what we don't see? We don't see the dark moon. It goes 7 years light and 7 years dark, which gives you a 14-year period. This is how Joseph knew there was going to be 7 years of plenty and 7 years of lean because of the moon. The moon is very important. We can't negate it.
Yeah.
just like the Mazeroth and the sun is. So when Enoch says that the sun goes through the portals or the gates, it's talking about the Mazeroth. Those are the gates, the houses, the portals, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Elder.
Well, I appreciate you guys. I think we cover a lot today. I don't think we're going to be able to cover everything. We could maybe continue having a conversation next week about the same, maybe the calendar and how are we all coming to a resolution, because what I see that this thing is going to be team lunar, team solar, right? Team solar, we're kind of like the minority, right? Because you have, I believe now the biggest Israelite church right now is Israel United in Christ. I think they surpassed GOCC. Would that be a fair assessment?
Probably.
Would that be
Yes.
Because they're really spreading it in
Brother,
Africa
can you
now.
put one more team in there? Can you put one more team? Team
Yes, please.
Lunar, Solar, and Mazeroth.
And Team Mazeroth, okay, right. So now we split it into three, not two, right? So, and I don't know, maybe if we solar Enoch calendar enthusiasts come up with a universal calendar. We could all agree, and Brother Logic, you mentioned that Elder Ricard said we have to look into the Jubilee within the calendar, paraphrasing. That's a good thing, because if he's saying in a way that, maybe Gabar was right, 13 years ago when we shifting off, maybe he needs to adjust it, and maybe he will see a video like Brother Logic, and maybe he will go with that, or he may will go with something similar to that, and so forth, so on. But I think overall, what I would like to see, and maybe I'm asking for too much, is for us to have a governing body, and to resolve these issues, right? And also come up with Plan B, that if we never get a governing body until Christ gets here, how can we navigate and or at least zero down the calendars? At least if we could just zero down to the possibility of maybe 4 calendars, then we'll zero down to 3, and then down to 2, and then hopefully down to 1. And I believe whatever calendar we go with, we're not all going to agree with everything. I have to give up something. Logic, you have to give us something. Brother Barry, you have to give us something. Brother Dennis, you have to give us something. Brother Ricky, you have to give. You get what I'm saying? I think
Brother Elder, can I say this? I'm gonna make something a declaration on your program right now.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I will buy 6 tickets for whosoever 6 individual want to come down to Belize. I will buy it. I will house you. You could stay at my place. You don't have to pay for nothing, for food, transportation, or nothing, for 1 season, so that I could show you the calendar in the sky. I don't want to tell you what a book says. I want to show it to you.
Okay. And we may have to do that. We may have to take some
For
time
1
off
season.
from work.
That's 3 months.
Become, just get a bunch of books and look into the stars and figure it out, right? We may have to do that.
We're going to literally look up instead of keep looking at our smartphones and our computers and our commentaries. Let's look up that the Creator told Avram, come outside.
Right.
Let me show you something, Abraham. Tell me what that means. And Avram told it to him. So I'm going to buy 6 tickets. I'm making a public declaration for whosoever wanted for 1 season, that you could see what I'm showing you for 3 months.
Okay. I'll take you up to that, and we can maybe discuss off season. I'm gonna be going to DR hopefully, in a few months. Preparing that, I should be getting my passport all lined up within this month or
Just
next
don't
month.
go to that club, brother. The one that broke down in the DR.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
right. Yeah. Don't go. It's not there anymore. I can't go. It's a borough. But my prayer goes out to the family, the lost people, and that tragedy. It's always a tragedy when things like that happen. But I'm going to be traveling a little bit, hopefully next month. Brother Logic, you had your hands up.
Yes, sir. Touching on what the brother just said about coming to Belize, I agree with him 100% about going outside and seeing it for yourself. That was my plea back in 2023 when I put the video out initially. I knew that people can go outside, and that's why I say, maybe next time around when you come back, with the subject, you can play the two short clips on my YouTube channel. I actually went outside both days. And I think even I don't he can correct me if I'm wrong, but the brother the word, I called him over where he's at and made sure, see that he go out. And I think, he had an opportunity to go out and see a part of it or one of the days or something like that back then. And he can verify or deny or what have you if he did or was he able to see it that one particular time. So the key is we have to go outside for ourselves. I mean, we all have windows and doors and and I'm agreeing with what the brother is saying. That's what I've been trying. I've been pleading this. I started pleading to go outside thing. And like I said, the brother can correct me if I'm wrong. He knows me. I've been pleading this for at least 7 years. Just say, hey, go outside, go outside. Nobody would listen to me. Nobody listened until I finally made a video. Nobody would listen, and so it's on tape. So when we say go outside, understand when I accept this ticket to Belize, we ain't going outside. I'm gonna record it because this is the only way to get people to listen. They won't go outside. They won't get up and just
Well,
walk
I think we have
outside.
to the first thing we have to do is educate the person
Mhm.
what to look for when you're outside.
Right.
Because if I just simply go outside and look up and I don't know what I'm looking at, that's not going to, we have to understand astrology, how it works, how the moon, the stars, and navigates, and how it's supposed to be noticeable here on Earth. But we could see that this means that this Plato is going into Uranus, whatever it is you want to call it, and then we know that we study that we become expert in it, and then we could see, oh yeah, I know what time of the year we in, right? Because just looking up, it's not enough. I think a
You're
great deal
exactly
of
right, my
attention.
brother.
Yeah,
My brother, you're exactly right. And that's why I like what that Messiah said. He said, let your will be done on
on
earth
Earth,
as it's being done in the heavens.
right?
If we understand the heavens, then we could understand what is supposed to be done on earth, like the festivals and stuff. But I have a question. I have not a question, but a request for Brother Rick. The next time we come on, my brother, if you can you please look up that scripture in the New Testament that says, "For we know that the Bereans were most noble amongst all men." And when you look at that text, when it says the Bereans, it's a mistranslation. It's the Belizeans.
I believe the Baravian. That's Acts 17.
Yeah, but that word there is not Bereans. It should say Belizeans, the people from Belize.
Nope. My only
It's
question
a joke, brothers. It's a joke.
I see. Oh, so you're going you're going back that the Belizeans go back to the biblical time, so they got to be right.
There you go. It didn't say Bereans. It said the Belizeans were most
Belizeans,
noble
most
amongst all
noble.
men.
Well,
Hey, real quick,
that may be a sign from God. That may be a sign from God. Who knows?
real
We gotta, but I love this conversation. We gotta continue this conversation. Unfortunately, we gotta end the show because I gotta, I can't. It's a secret. My family's invited me, and I think there's a prize attached with my. I don't want to jinx it, but I gotta shoot out before I
Hey,
go to work.
Elder, can I ask a permission from you if you could give? In Belize, I could receive only WhatsApp calls. Can I give them my WhatsApp number and they
You,
could try to reach me? I like
abs-
Brother Logic. I would love to talk to the
yeah.
brother.
If you could put it in you could either email me, you could put it in the chat, or you could send me an email and I'll forward it to the rest of the brothers. Is
Okay,
how
I'll
you
put it
want,
in
or
the
you could,
chat right now.
or
I
you
see.
could also put it in the chat and also say verbally right now.
yeah,
Okay, I'm going to put it in the chat. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yep.
my email is logic1611@gmail.com. And the thing that I'll be looking for is what's in Enoch 72, verse 34, that sun, even parts night, even parts day. That's all I'm looking for because that's what I follow. So I'll travel anywhere in the world to see it. I have no issue with that. I have no issue coming to Belize to see that and all those things as well. But my once again, my email is logic1611 at gmail.com. And the YouTube channel, you'll see like a little cat, on there, on the YouTube channel. I don't post videos, so it's only going to be like maybe, 8 videos on some very simplistic breakdowns, a Bible study, and the Enoch video that I did in 2023 that exposes the incorrect equinox and, the talks about the year release and those things. And that's all I got. And I want to say Shabbat Shalom to everybody on the panel. And thank you.
So thank you, brother Logic. Brother Dennis, do you have a YouTube channel?
No. I don't teach like that because my speech, I stutter, and that's why I have never got into like teaching.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have that problem too. I got to be mindful of it. Absolutely. Brother Barry, do you have a YouTube channel?
No, sir, I don't. But what I do want to do, if you can, I want to get your email so I could send you a copy of the calendar that I keep, and that way
So
you could examine it. And when we have another one, I don't do PowerPoint. I'm too old for that. I don't know how to do that. I could barely check an email. But I will send you a copy of the calendar if you send me your email, sir. And I
yeah,
promise you that
if you know how to go to my description in the YouTube channel and below when you open up the description.
no, sir, I don't know how to do that.
Okay, so let me give you the email. You can
Hold
send
on,
it to.
let me write it down. Hold on. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, so when you go to my channel, and matter of fact, let me show everybody how to do it, and then I could let me share my screen real quick, and then everybody will be able to know what I'm talking about. Okay, so you see my channel here, right? You see my channel here, okay? And let's just say you go to a video like this video here. Oh, what am I going to go to? You say you go to this video here, okay? Here, okay. My description is in the bottom, and it usually starts here. Just press more, right? Then you have the link here. Then you have my emails. IAMFITPodcast. Let me put my email under the.
Can you please read out that email to me so I could write it down? Because I can't see the screen.
Yep. I'm going to do that right now, and I'm also going to put that in the comment section. So my email is IAMFITPodcast@gmail.com. IAMFIT FIT podcast PODCAST @gmail.com. Okay. And that is right. That's the email right there. You can send me an email. And also, because like next week, I would like to give people an opportunity to bring their email, their calendar, and give everyone at least 30 minutes uninterrupted. Go to your PowerPoints in regard to go to your bullet points. And brother Barry, I know you're not great with PowerPoints. I could maybe set up a PowerPoint for you. You could just send me the stuff. I could set it up for you. And then I could, show you how to do it. It's very easy. I know brother Logic, he has a calendar. There was other, and if anybody has a calendar they believe is credible or is the best one to have or to go with, please send me an email. And next week I'm going to give you in a half hour. You can present your point. We can listen to it. We can ask you questions. Challenge, right? I call, testing the armor. See how solid it is, because anything that is true has to be tested, right? So, and then we could maybe, who knows? Somebody could come up with a calendar and be like, you know what? This is kind of like the best one, right? Because I'm at a point right now that our calendar needs to be simple. That's why I kind of like the 364 cycle thing, because you could just count. Anybody could count, right? And if, like I said, if society collapsed, we have no internet, we could be in the same timeline. And I believe there's power in that, right? And maybe we will not create a hexahedron, but maybe we create a movement that it will be large enough, right? Because it's all about numbers, right? If men going God's way was 3 times bigger than Israel United in Christ, And if you guys had a church and you guys were bigger than GOCC and you follow a calendar and people are going to gravitate to that calendar because of the number of the institution, right? So, but I believe we have to have these conversations, specifically the conversations that divide us, right? The calendar, the name of God, the name of Christ. How can Gentiles be saved? Or some people believe they cannot, right? Some Israelite groups say they cannot be saved, right? I don't subscribe to that, but there's so much division in our community, and we start talking about it, and we start bringing our bullet points and bringing our differences without bringing any form of argument or this, you're going off. You got a demon in you. Brother, you're gonna, you know what I'm saying? These combative type of words, I don't think they're healthy. They're healthy. Calling people bozos and out of the name. I think we have to elevate our vocabulary. We have to elevate our intellect, our ability to disagree with another without getting emotional about it. People get emotional about, I can't believe you don't see it the way I see it, bro. Sick of you, right? We got to stop that. Where'd that come from? I don't know. Why we get so angry? Why we get so upset? Right? It's a passion that we have to, and I think it's like a muscle. And we practice out of debate without being debatable, the muscle will get stronger, right? And we say, you know what? I need to find a word that will articulate my thoughts better than hell with you, right? Or damn you, or you. And you get what I'm saying? There is powers in words. There are power in articulation, and I believe it is a shame that a people, and I'm referring to the people of color, the Israelite, the Hebrew Israelites in the Bible, and in America, that we are called Blacks and Latinos, we are the most vocal in regards of when a black man speaks, right? A pastor, Martin Luther King, Michael X, these great auditors, they change the world, man, by the way they communicate. It is a powerful weapon that we are not utilizing. We should get dictionary. We should get expand our horizon in regards of vocabulary. We have to also understand how to comprehend reading comprehension. It is amazing that we could have one book, but we could go to a chapter and a verse in a book, and we could line up 10 or 3 or 5 or 6 or 7 people, and we will come up with 5 or 6 or 7 different interpretations. And I blame the United States educational system. We have to educate ourselves. Like the brother Dennis, you mentioned that you have a speech impediment. I used to have a speech impediment. I still do. I just got to acknowledge it. And you know what you do? You practice talking in front of people. You get better on it. I'm telling you, you do get better. It's an exercise that we have to study. And what I want to do with this show is show the world that Blacks and Latinos could have conversation that they disagreed, and conversation they're very passionate about. Listen, I'm very passionate about the Bible. I'm very passionate about God. I'm very passionate about Christ. This is my life here, right? So I can understand the passion. I can understand the desire, but we have to learn how to articulate that. And I want to thank you, brothers, for helping me, showing the world that men, Blacks and Latinos, we can have disagreement and still be friendly one another and not curse each other out and still be brothers in Christ. That's a beautiful thing. That's a new thing. That's a new way. That's something different. Right, because prior to this, is my will, the highway, brother. You're going off. So we have to, instead of complaining about the bad, we have to promote something good. And hope, these shows and anybody who's doing any podcast, anything that you want to promote, please let me know, because I also want to promote you guys and promote positivity, right? So I want to thank you guys and continue to thank you guys with all the work that you guys have been doing, filling up this show with conversation and filling up the show with thoughts that people can learn from. And I just want to thank everyone for allowing me to get in your living room for a few hours, allowing us to have this conversation about about this conversation. Excuse me. If anyone wants to come in next week and believe they have found the right calendar, please send me an email. I want to allow you to come in for a half hour. I want to uninterrupted. Please bring your bullet points that you could articulate it to the people in a half hour. There's probably going to be a half hour uninterrupted, and maybe I would say 15 minutes of answer question type of scenario. People may have some questions, and then we'll go to the next one, right? And we can maybe, I'm still going to navigate it. If we get more than like 5 or 10, we could maybe do part 2, right? I want to think maybe do 2, 3 at a time, and the next, if we got more than 3, we could maybe bring in the next 3 next week or whatever. But these are conversations we want to have, and these are conversations I want to not only continue having with the calendar, but God's name. That's another division. Christ's name. Okay, is it Yahweh? Is it Ahaya? Is it Yahuwah? Is it Yah? Christ? Is it Yeshua? Yeshua? And can we still be saved if we have these disagreements? I think so. All right, but let's have these conversations. So I want to thank you guys and bless you guys. Until next time, may the Most High keep you, watch you, protect you. May the Most High continue to guide you in your endeavors and protect you in your family. It's very important. Shalom and blessings. May the Most High keep you, and shalom. Good night.